How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Ooh, it's neck and neck. The Twitch versus YouTube war is close. How we doing, boys and girls? Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Let's turn that down just a touch. So yeah. Everybody's checking which stream has the biggest delay. I could probably tell you. The way that it looks, from my point of view, I think YouTube has the bigger delay. I'm not sure. Although, Twitch is claiming that average stream bitrate is too high. Oh, relax, Twitch. Just because you don't like transcoding. Twitch seems to be quicker for me, so yeah. I think YouTube does have a slightly longer delay because it transcodes into like every resolution instantly, or almost instantly. Yet Twitch, unless you firstly have to become an affiliate with Twitch to even get like reasonable transcoding options. Like I'm sure I think if you click on the quality settings for the stream on Twitch, you will have one option, and that's like what I broadcast at, which is 1080p. Now, of course, on YouTube they transcode everything into the different resolutions, and there's a little bit more of a delay on YouTube usually. But it's all good. It's all good. Well, TBC beta. TBC beta is here. For some of us. Not me. Not salty. Tried both, still prefer YouTube. Oh, this is why I do it. This is why I thought the multi-stream side of things would be valuable to some. Because if you want to watch on YouTube, then nothing changes. If you prefer Twitch, you can watch on Twitch, and you can have the interface and the layout that you prefer, layout that you're used to. Of course, on Twitch, people can use all of their silly emotes and all that sort of stuff. No problem. You can select even 160p on Twitch. Oh, can you? But yeah. I mean, it genuinely doesn't matter. I think we need more than 160 pixels. Yes, very true. I prefer Twitch because I used multi-stream and listened to Manthieus whilst watching High Keys on the other. Hey, smart. Clever. I like that. 144p on YouTube. Oh, Jesus. Can we get down to like 90p? Oh dear. But yeah, TBC beta came out last night, of no surprise to anybody, especially since once again Blizzard did a boo-boo and accidentally gave it to people a day early. Yeah, sure. And then Law steps in and is like, oh no, this wasn't meant to happen. When we all know full well Reset was going to come round, and boom, TBC beta. Now, it is very, very obvious that it's a marketing trick again. No surprises. There seems to be basically only... I mean, when you look at... I was watching Preach's stream last night because him and Max and Towley were running around doing one of the... Hellfire... Which one is it? Hellfire Peninsula? Citadel? Pit... Whatever. The first dungeon they were doing yesterday. And it was very amusing to watch. But it was so interesting to see just how few people were actually in the beta, and what percentage of those were sort of influencers. Yeah, no surprises that Blizzard cherry-picked a few people to give. Ramparts, that's the one. It wasn't either of the ones that I said. Yes, you're right. It was Ramparts. Hellfire Ramparts. But, yeah, so no luck for me so far. But that doesn't mean that we can't, have the TBC experience. I would like to continue. Obviously, today's Wednesday, reset day, bit of auction house PvP. I know it's only mini screen, but we're already selling some stuff. I listed some auctions earlier, and we're already selling some stuff. We need to do a quick little restock of our legendaries first thing this morning. I want to give you guys a sneak peek of a video I'm working on today as well. So if you I like to give the people who jump in and join the stream a bit of a future insight to what's going to happen on the channel. Oh, and breaking news, we have a new channel dedicated for the VODs. I finally worked out how I want to do this, and I'm going to put all of the VODs, I'm going to strip them down off YouTube. They're not going to live on the main channel. We have Manthieus TV, brand new channel on YouTube, as to where I will have all of the VODs, and they will be public, and they'll maintain public, and there'll be basically nothing on that channel but the VODs. Maybe occasionally we'll throw a few highlight videos or clips up there or whatever, but for the main part, that will be the VOD channel. It keeps my main channel nice and clean and tidy. Because I stream more than I make videos, and it makes the main channel look like, just especially because, you know, thumbnail wise, you might have noticed I tend to use the same thumbnails a lot for the streams, because before I do the stream, I don't always know what's going to happen in it, so it's kind of hard to make a... What are we selling? Oh, another set of unbehind legs at rank 4. Boom, I'll take it. Yeah, I tend to use the same thumbnail a few times for the streams, simply because before the stream happens, it's hard to make an engaging, interesting thumbnail without actually knowing what's going to be in the stream. You know, it's difficult. But the new channel, Manthieus TV, if you're watching this on YouTube now, top link in the description to Manthieus TV. If you're watching this on Twitch, I apologise, I've entirely forgotten to put a link to the new channel, but you can find it by going through to the YouTube. I've plastered it everywhere so you can't miss it. But that's a little bit of a maintenance upkeep for me. Today we're going to do a bit of Auction House PvP. We're going to do a small little restock, and let's see how much we deviate away from Auction House PvP. Well, we'll see how it goes. If the sales keep rocking in, I'll keep at it. But as we know, most Wednesdays, it's a slow start and it picks up in the evening. We might even do a double stream today. We'll see how that goes, depending on how the sales are. But we got to do a small restock. We don't have to worry about crafting materials, I don't think. I think I've got all the materials needed. I just need to jump onto my leatherworker, jump onto my tailor, jump onto my blacksmith, recraft some stuff, bang it on the auction house, and then we can see just how many ridiculous millions of gold we can make with legendaries again today. If it slows down, if we don't have much love with the auction house PvP, we'll jump back into the completing Outlands, and we may. The likelihood is we'll explore Zangarmarsh a little bit today, and hopefully we can incentivize Blizzard in some way, shape, or form to give me a beta key. But we'll see. We'll see. Made 500k yesterday after finally breaking into leatherworking, tailoring, and enchanting without legendaries, but that went very quickly trying to restock everything. It will do. It will do. But when you find a winning formula, the trick is to just throw everything at it. If you know that you can craft items and sell them, and even if you only make a very, very small profit, turnover is king to increasing your gold value. So yes, if you can make 500k in a day playing around with a few things, just keep going with it. Just absolutely power through. Definitely the way to do it. Definitely the way to do it, for sure. But let's switch over to the main scene. I need one of those, yeah, what are they called? The stream decks, the funky button things. I still just click things in OBS. Feel like a clicker. A clicker in OBS. I need keybinds. I need stream keybinds. Those keybinds would be in the form of one of those fancy stream deck things, but those things are stupid expensive for what I think is like 6 buttons or something. Live scene, that's the one. So it seems to be that unbehind leggings are a thing today, as that seems to be all we can sell. The likelihood being, since we have just sold 2, meaning best case scenario, we only have 1 more. Umberhide legs 235. We do have one more that we can put on the auction house. That's good. We've not totally run out. It's 60k a piece. They're mad level profitable as well. They cost in the region of 37,000 gold to make, based on my realm's current prices. But I expect to see some sizable competition today. Now, the reason I have my friend list open is because I am waiting for one certain individual to log on. There's one certain individual that tends to log on most Wednesdays and do stupid things to some of the prices on the legendaries. So I want to see exactly when it is that they log on and know when it is they're going to be posting, so I can be prepared for it. Because they have the tendency of crashing prices and basically just being a dick about things. So I need to make sure that I don't, you know, either just buy out all of their stock, because they tend to log on, post their auctions, and then peace out. If they do that, I've got the options of to be able to maintain some of the prices. If they choose to tank stuff again, my option is quite simple. I will wait till they've done all their posting, then I will just buy out a bunch of their crap and maintain the high prices, and you know, just resell it. It'll be fine. But I don't want 12 people to undercut theirs and for it to completely tank the market. So it's a bit of I'm waiting for them to log on, and I'm going to see as and when it happens. There's not really much you can do about people that deliberately decide to tank markets. But just, you know, like I said, you got two options. You either live with it or you buy them out. Insane profits. I have a successful day if I get 20k in revenue. You need to spread your wings further afield. If you get 20k in revenue, you want to take that 20k and like just spend it somewhere. The sensible thing to do is to like split your gold up in terms of like what I was doing at the beginning of Shadowlands. What I was basically doing at the beginning of Shadowlands is the gold that I had on my bank character, I just pretended it didn't exist, and I used all of the gold that was on my bank character to just buy materials and reinvest, and I went down to zero literally on a daily basis. That's why when you look at my TSM graph, if we go back a little bit further than this, we go back 6 months, at the beginning part of Shadowlands, if we go, why do these numbers look so flat for so long? What's going on there? Why is it not got... I don't know what's happened to my graph, but there was a period in time where I literally, if I just highlight this, yeah, you can see here, I was buying materials, reinvesting, buying materials, reinvesting, buying materials, reinvesting, and I went down to like literally no gold, like on many occasions, because every time I had a big day of sales, which back then, let's not forget, when you have less than 2 million gold at this point, a big day of sales was I went from 380,000 gold to 1.3 million. I made 1 million gold in sales very quickly, looted my mailbox, and then instantly sold that 1 million gold again. So I had to repeat the process, and that's what happens if you take the gold, and split off a portion of it and give it to your bank character, and just consider that, you know, just gold to spend. Reinvest that as much as you can. And what I was basically doing is every time I looted my mailbox, 10% of the value, I put it straight in the guild bank. And that was like my savings account. My guild bank was the savings account. But it meant that I was basically siphoning off 10% of everything I sold. And then the rest of it, I was just reinvesting back in. And it's what aided, it's what meant that we could do this in reality. By the way, your title on Twitch meant to still be completing Outlands? Oh, okay. Not necessarily. it's meant to copy. The way I've got it set up is it's meant to copy the YouTube, because I have to schedule the streams on YouTube. Yeah, it's meant to copy the title across, which is weird, but apparently it hasn't. So let's fix that. There we go. There we go. I'm still getting to grips with this whole multi-stream thing. Too cautious to invest big. Investing big is relative. For example, if you've got 10 million gold, you can spend 1 million gold, and you're still spending 1 million gold, but that's not technically investing big to you anymore. Investing big is relative, and it's getting out of that mindset of that. Oh my god, I'm spending so much gold. But if you can do something with that, if you can spend that gold wisely, you'll get it back, and more so very quickly. Does seem quite complicated, but I think it's cool. To be honest, this whole multi-restream business is much easier than it was literally just a couple of years ago. There's a lot of software out there now to help you do it. I'm getting to grips with it slowly but surely. But yeah, there's this brings me to the little sneak peek for those who are here at the moment of what we might what I might build into a somewhat constructive video for the main channel today, and that's it's touching any of you guys who are following the Lazy Goldmaker and subscribe to him on YouTube will have seen that he posted a video yesterday talking about how margin doesn't really matter. And whilst he did a really good... he's got some economics master's degree or something, so he's super clued up on this sort of stuff. And now even I consider myself to have relatively high knowledge in this area, even though I'm not like professionally trained in the area. I come from a sales background, rather than just, you know, broad economics. But he tried to put across the fact that margin matters very little, and that actually just turnover and just selling lots of things quickly is more important to actually gold making. So I wanted to sort of take that concept and try and twist it into a more manageable, more bite-size format, because he threw up a couple of graphs, and even with my level of knowledge, this is no criticism to the guy, he does fantastically well at what he does. Even some of the graphs that he put up on screen, I kind of worked out what was going on with the graphs, but it was still very, very high level stuff. I kind of want... I've been thinking this for a while as well, but I've never... Because I don't have any actual, like, professional training in economics or anything like that, I don't know all of the terminology and words for stuff. I just kind of know how it works, but I know how it works from a sales point of view. I've seen it and like it. It gave me something to think about. Yeah. The fact that the message in the video was a bit diluted, but in simple terms, I highly recommend you go and check the video out. Maybe after the stream, obviously, but it went by the theory that if you just focus on selling things faster, you'll make more gold, even if you don't think that you're making much profit. Just crafting things and selling things. It really tried to emphasize that those really, really small amounts of gold you make every time you sell something add up really fast if you're selling a lot of stuff. Any idea if they've changed the shade-bound waistguard materials? It looks like it costs less to make than the arm guards. Pass. I don't know. I can't see why they would have changed it. And arm guards usually take less materials, or at least equal amounts of materials. We can have a look. We can have a look. Haven't watched the video yet, but does he take into account elasticity of demand in some markets? E.g., people need legendaries no matter the price. Not so much. When he's trying to explain the concept rather than the true ins and outs of exactly what's going on. Because yeah, to dive that deep into it's very, very challenging, and I think the broad concept of what he was trying to get across is actually relatively complicated for people to get on board with in the first place. Hi, by the way. Yeah, hi, Koya. How are we doing? 2 callus for the arm guards, but only 1 for the waist guard. Have they randomly changed materials? That's odd. That's going to throw some. I hope they haven't done. I hope they haven't changed things. Hang on. Maybe let's have a little looky. See, Shadowlands beta. Yeah. No TBC beta. Sad fate. Oh, you can't even. Oh, you can see that just slightly above my camera. Hello? Why? Oh, there we go. Let's have a little look. I really hope they haven't done a rebalance on materials. What I haven't done today actually is check. Oh, here you go. Here's a sneak peek. What I haven't done today is I haven't checked Wowhead to see if there's any significant patch notes. Happy anniversary, silver achievement unlocked. What the fuck is this? Being a member for a year. This achievement can be earned multiple times. Hey, I've been subscribed to Wowhead for forever. Go away. Okay. It's obviously going to be Burning Crusade everything, isn't it? Content available up to level 64 currently in the beta, supposedly. Yeah, they probably have probably not paid much attention to the fact it's reset. Yeah, everything's TBC. They haven't. Wowhead don't appear to have got round to doing proper patch notes. Not surprised. Not surprised. So what are we saying? Arm guards, 30 desolate leather, 2 callous hide, 1 thread. Waist guard, 30 desolate leather, 1 callous hide, 1 thread. Is that less than what... I'm going to be brutally honest with you guys. I can't actually remember what the prices of these things were before. But it does seem slightly odd to me that the waist guard is... Is that still true to say with back here? Arm guards are more expensive than a waist guard? Yes. Oh, there was the caveat with the basic desolate stuff, that it requires 2 thread but 1 less leather, which in the grand scheme of things actually still makes the arm guards cheaper to craft. And for these are your, if I understand it right, these are pretty much your go-to for disenchanting materials, because they cost about 20 gold to make, 5 gold for your thread, roughly 2 gold a piece for your leather, so 16 gold, 20 gold a piece to make them. Disenchant them for probably 35-40 gold worth of materials. Were people then doing shadebound stuff? I would guess They were doing shade-bound stuff to get the shards, right? Just Soul Dust, yeah. So you'd craft the shade-bound waistguard. This is your sort of go-to for disenchanting to get the shards, then, right? I guess that's the theory. I mean, not on my realm, but possibly on some. I don't think it's changed because the waistguard is in the guide on WoW Professions and it says 1 hide. Checked my spreadsheet which had old data. It was 2 for the arm guards and 1 for the waistguard. Have they switched them around then? Shadow scale arms 2. One callus, 2 callus. Is that the only difference? 24-1, 24-1. Yeah, that would then now make the waistguards the cheaper option. Oh, Blizzard, please don't be stealth changing material prices at this point in the game. Okay, you know what, that really worries me. You know what that worries me for? You know why that worries me, don't you? Because if they've been flipping and playing around with stupid things there, what's the likelihood they've been tweaking and changing this stuff as well? As long as they don't fuck about with my legendaries, I think we can live with it. But it is odd, yeah, because arm guards historically I think have always been arm guards have always been the cheapest option. Because if you even look at the legendaries, right? Unperhide arm guards use 12 of each, 12 of each, but then you go waistguard, it's 15 of each, 15 of each. Arm guards traditionally are always the cheapest to craft. No YouTube link in the Discord announcement? Biased? Sorry. I was writing the tweet and everything before I'd scheduled the YouTube video, so I didn't actually know what the YouTube link was. They nerfed some of the Shadowlands crafted green items by like 50 silver to 2 gold. How's that a nerf? That's a bigger number. Oh, you mean they've made them more expensive? Oh, I see. Oh, I don't know. But yeah, that seems... Because if we go back, let's go back to past expansion, right? Let's go back. Coarse leather arm guards. 6 and 4. Where the waist guard, 10 and 4. Arm guards are always cheaper. Oh, the vendor prices have gone down. Even Shadowlands stuff? Either way, if Blizzard were to change the legendary material cost, at least somebody's made a solution for you. Well, my setup nowadays is it all works itself out, but it's more from the fact of it would mean I'd have to go through and change my spreadsheet. That's what my concern was. Did they increase the BFA vendor material cost? Either my spreadsheet has always had a wrong number or they changed it. I'm not sure. Is the honest answer. I don't keep much data on that sort of stuff. Even my spreadsheet, I don't think. I think I even went as far as to delete the... oh, no. Vendor shuffles. What's here? Yeah, these are now like so out of date, it's not even funny. I should probably just delete this. It's just not even relevant anymore. Nor does it even suggest anything. Disenchanting? What did I have in disenchanting? Desolate leather braces. See, I didn't write down even what the materials were. I don't really have much data on this. The problem is that I don't do any of this. While technically, yeah, I probably should. I just don't. If I need dust, shards, or crystals, I buy them. I don't test this much, which unfortunately means I don't have historical data to sort of look back on. You can compare your spreadsheet with the current materials needed. I mean, I don't think they'll have changed the legendaries. Like, if they've changed the legendaries, it would be a real sad panda face. But Little Oov, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate it. Thank you. So leather legendaries. Let's just do a very quick pass and make sure that nothing has changed, because I will cry if they have changed stuff. Umberhide arm guards, rank 1. 33838. Okay, that's not changed. So I'm gonna 2 5 5 12 50 5 5 12 50 12. All good. DNNS, thanks for the follow on Twitch as well. Appreciate it. 8 8 20 80 18, 8 8 20 80 18, and 12 12 31 30 30. 12 12 31 30 30. Yeah, okay. I don't think they've touched legendaries. It's fine. They've not changed legendaries. Yeah, BFA vendor prices were nuked. We knew about that. Although I didn't put it in video form, I don't think. Not in its own video. Or did I? I don't know. I forget nowadays. I don't think I did a video specifically on that. But yeah, you are right. That the BFA vendor prices were completely tanked. Hence why Shaldori silk and Tidespray linen are widely available for a very cheap price at the moment. Yeah, it appears I didn't actually do a video about the vendor nerfs in 9.0.5. Maybe it was on my to-do list and I forgot. Very possible. But anyway, we need to get the restock up and running, because it's meant to be auction house PvP day. Morning Graham, welcome. Shout out to you. Penguin covered it, even gave a few ideas on what to do with the cheap mats now. Well, I mean, Tidespray linen, for example, is still, like, just dump it into bags. Like, the quantity of bags you can sell is just ludicrous. And also the fact that if you need your deep sea satin for the bags, you can still get it by scrapping braces. Because weirdly, you take Tidespray linen and you take some vendor materials, make an item, and then scrap it, and for some reason it gives you deep sea satin out the other end. How it magics deep sea satin out of thin air just by putting it through the scrapper, one, feels like a bug, feels unintended, but it's been that way since Shadowlands. Right, quick question. Do we have enough arboreal shards to supply everything that we need? Probably not, but if we need more, we buy more. It's fine. Scrap braces for Expulsum, since the compendiums sell at like 10k profit on many servers. Yeah, like just big old trinkets. Trinkets and rings are a favourite of mine, simply as most people end up having lots of heirlooms when they're doing their leveling, but the one thing people are always missing is trinkets and rings. Blizzard logic, yeah. Yeah, let's take this basic material, rip it apart, and hey presto, a rare material. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense, but nor does flying around on the back of a dragon make much sense, so let's go with that theory at the least. Right, restock time. Let's stop getting so easily distracted by all of you wonderful people talking to me. Let's load up. Let's quickly make sure that Legendary Stock Tracker knows where everything is and how many of everything there is by opening and looking at all the things. I have no idea if you need to do this anymore because it's meant to cache. I'm sure Stroll will tell me anyway. There are plenty of trinket heirlooms. Well, there are, but for starters, most of them are guff. They do just like dumb stuff that people don't care about, or people just don't have them. Fresh 50s looking for trinkets have no real choice unless somebody locked experience at 54 and farmed for hope. Yeah, that just isn't going to happen. It caches everything now. I'm assuming it did, but I still do the whole, you know, check all of the places. Right. Let's make sure we've got blah da 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 da. No, not the restock button. I want this button. This is the button I want. This gives me all the things. Copy Roonies. Paste of Roonies. Split columns of Roonies. Numbers of Roonies. Copy all the numbers. Paste all the numbers. Delete rank 1s because I don't care if they're profitable. I'm not crafting rank 1s. And let's see what we're working with here. So, let's focus on leatherworking to begin with. I should probably do some wizardry to make these minus numbers into zeros, but I can't be bothered changing all the formulas here again. We don't have those, or those, or those. I still have 8 rank 2 Bone Shatter Waistguards. I really need to do something about that. That's not good. We actually don't need a lot of leatherworking stuff. This is interesting. Umberhide legs, we sold 2 literally this morning. Oh shit, there's all this business up here. Okay, maybe we do need a little bit more than I thought. Okay, right, let's get a restock on the go then. I mean, oh no, family friendly. Where are we at then? Where are we at then? Why does it say that we can't do anything? Where the hell is all of our materials gone? Oh, they're in the mail. Okay, sure. Right, so with that in order, vendor the Bone Shatter Waistguards. At this point, I feel like I probably should. I probably should. Although I do sell some, but just not at those stupid low ranks. That's the problem. Right, so where's my list gone? Where's my list gone? Umberhide treads. Let's start with those. We need, what do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Let's start with the big stuff. We need 1 rank 4, 2 rank 3s, and a rank 2. There's Umberhide treads done. Gauntlets. 3 rank 4s. Oh boy, we sold out of Umberhide gauntlets completely. Are you not using LST crafting so you can have different amounts of 2s, 3s and 4s? Or is it so you can manually pick which ones you want to craft? Probably a combination of both. As I stock 3 rank 4s, 2 rank 3s and only 1 rank 2, and I ignore rank 1s. Plus, if there's a limitation on materials, I like to manually prioritize which things I craft over others. Which tends to be why I sway away from any form of automation at this point with legendaries. Although I probably could if I wanted to speed things up a little bit, but I know full well that I make so much ridiculous profit on just a couple of items at different item levels that I really do want to make sure that I focus on, you know, just the things I actually want to craft. Umberhide pauldrons, where did they go? We need 1 at rank 4 and 1 at rank 3. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Heavy desolate leather we're out of. You see, this is what annoys me with crafting from the bank. That whilst it's convenient to craft from the bank, Trade Skill Master doesn't know it's being used. And it still says that I've got 1,940 heavy desolate leather in the bank. Well, actually, no we don't. Please don't be ludicrously expensive on the auction house. Oh shit, the bed. Somebody's reset it. Of course they have. Of course they have. It's Wednesday. Grr. See, I was going by what Trade Skill Master said when I really shouldn't have done. It says I've got 2,000 of this stuff and I don't. Oh, crap on a stick. Paying much more than 30 gold a piece for these is stupid. Now I've got the decision. Do I want to just burn through a whole bunch of desolate leather? Which ones did I make? I made the rank 4s. Let's update my spreadsheet before I get distracted. Do I want to burn through? I mean, I don't even have that much desolate leather, apparently. See, this, once again, it says I've got 8,500 of this in the bank, Trade Skill Master told me. And I don't. I've got 1.3k. Because the default UI knows. Trade Skill Master doesn't know. Oh boy, all my materials have gone. Herp a derp. Okay. This is why I try and tell people every day, do not blindly trust add-ons. That's why I stopped putting materials I actually use in the bank. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can craft from either the bank or the reagent bank, but it doesn't matter either way unless you actually... Trade Skill Master doesn't update the values until you go and look. Until you actually go and look in them, Trade Skill Master doesn't update how many that you have because it doesn't know. It doesn't know that they've been used. It can't track that they've been used from the bank or reagent bank, which is a frustration because I don't have inventory space to just, you know, stockpile 10 million cloth or 10 million leather or whatever. Ugh, this is annoying, but luckily I make so much ridiculous profit on some of the leather working stuff right now that I'm just going to bite the bullet and buy it. I know I'm paying way over the odds, but I got my heavy callous hide so cheap, it's fine. How many of this do I need? I don't need to craft that many more items. Let's take a quick... I mean, Bone Shatter Helm, for example. How many does that use at rank 4? 50 a piece! Okay, I probably need to buy, like, at least 1,000 of this. God, I'm paying way over the odds. Failed to buy, of course. These dudes are going to be very happy that they've sold a whole bunch of their heavy desolate leather. Let's buy some regular desolate leather as well, because we're probably nearly out of that. Because once again, I blindly trusted Trade Skill Master like a sucker. Right, that'll do. All bought. Profession bags for the win. Well, yeah, I would agree if profession bags were actually any bigger than regular bags. I mean, they are slightly, but not by the extreme they used to be. I wish they'd do that, though. I wish they'd, like, What's wrong with having a 50 slot leatherworking bag? Please, Blizzard. Tailoring has got nothing to do now anyway. Give tailoring some extra bags to make, you know? They're the bag boys of the Warcraft universe. Let them do their thing. It's not easy for them to track it, but they made their own crafting interface so they could know what you're crafting and subtract the materials from its stock count. Mine only works from the reagent bank. It works for me that way with 2 keeping updated. Maybe it works when the materials are in the reagent bank, but not in the regular bank. I don't know. I'm not sure. But like I said, once again, for me it falls into the category of, you know, don't always trust what the add-ons tell you, because, yeah. The issue is I just don't have inventory space on my leatherworker to just keep this in the bags. Give me some 50 slot, 100 slot profession bags, and sure, I'd do it, but... Right. With that then, let's let's try again. Let's try again. Let's grab the heavy desolate leather first and some of the desolate leather. I guess we'll just keep it in our bags. Used to swap my inscription bags with my regular bags all the time to post glyphs. Yeah, I had bank characters that just had inscription bags because they were what, 30, I want to say 36 slot bags? Is that what they were? I think they were 36 slot bags. Which back in the day when you only had like 24 slot bags was huge. Huge amount of extra storage space. But now you have your 36 slot profession bags, which is like just one extra row to your regular bags, and it's like, not gonna bother. Right, where did we get to then? Now we've got some more materials. We need 1 set of umberhide pauldrons at rank 3 still. Go gadget go. And 1 set of arm guards at rank 4. On to bone shatter. Boom, who be this? Gayoza, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome, appreciate it. Bone shatter vest. I've sold a bone shatter vest? Really? I'll take it at rank 2 apparently. Oh, maybe I can see rank 2s maybe selling. But the mining and leatherworking ones you sell a couple a week. Oh, that's interesting. I might actually start crafting some of those then. Bone shatter treads we need at rank 4. Helm. We need 3 rank 4s. Holy schmockaroonies. 3 rank 4s. Big seller, the bone shatter helm. And 2 at rank 3. Pauldrons at rank 2. I'll get back to chat questions in just a second. And 1 set of bone shatter arm guards at rank 4. Go. Right. Okay, that's our restock done there. Do we still have... How much progress do we have on these? Gauntlets, bone shattered gauntlets. We're getting there. We've not had any necessity to recraft any of these for a while though. Greaves, bone shatter. Oh Jesus, yeah, okay. And waistguard. Yeah, they're never happening. We're never getting those to rank 4. Not unless I get drunk one evening and feel the need to spend 3 million gold getting them to rank 4. Got about 4.5 mil cash pile and about 400k in crafted 168s. Just selling all the 168s, wondering what else I can branch out to, except legendaries. I mean, you've got a really good advantage of that. You've got boatloads of cash to spend. I mean, you specified except legendaries. With that amount of gold available to you, you're not in any rush to make quick sales. I'd start looking at some rarer, more expensive items that you can buy and try and flip for a profit. Maybe stuff that sells slower, like mounts, for example, world drop mounts. You don't necessarily have to farm them, but if you find somebody selling one cheap, then you've got plenty of cash about to pick it up, and you know, you could spend 100k on buying a mount and not feel the need to sell it for 6 months, but if you then sell it for 150k, then your quid's in, right? You've got a big advantage of just having a nice pile of cash to sit on. Now, arguably, my answer would at this point be legendaries, because you've got more than enough gold to get into legendaries, but since you said except legendaries, I won't suggest that. So let's get all of this sent over to Mr. Bank Character. Steelbound harness is probably not a bad one, as it's the supply of steelbound harness is decreasing as it's recently been more difficult to produce. Now, of course, it is a crafted mount, so remember that if you do look at buying some, you've got to bear in mind the fact that somebody can just, you know, open their profession and click a button and recraft another one. But the Blood of Sargeras is now more difficult to acquire. Not impossible, but just more difficult than what it once was. I suggest you do this, but hey, I won't suggest you do that. Well, they said except legendaries, so... Right, let's get these leatherworking things up on the auction house then. Run a quick cancel scan to make sure that we're still looking good. Bunch of oh, Grim Veiled Bracers we've just sold. Only accept legendaries because last stream you worked out that on my server it was pretty terrible to start from rank 0 and everything. I mean, you've got, yeah, rank 1s are pretty bad. But like I said, when you've got a big stack of cash to sit on, you can throw some money around or throw some gold about and not really worry too much whether you turn it into anything or not. I still don't believe that. You're going to struggle to make much gold with rank 1s. But like I said, with a whole bunch of cash, if you wanted to power through, you could spend a couple of million gold leveling your legendaries. And if you were to be happy to write off that and think of it more as a long-term thing, there's value in it, maybe. Like I said, I'm not here to discourage anybody from, you know, crafting or trying to sell anything. I just want to try and, you know, make sure I set the ground rules and make sure people understand that the beginning part of crafting legendaries is tough, like really, really challenging. But if you can power through that and get through to the good bit at the end, it's often very profitable. Do we have bag space for all of these? I think we do. Looking at my list, let's do... I think we're probably going to do blacksmithing next, because that seems to be the most out of stock. Like the Shadowghast Greaves and Pauldrons, for example, we appear to be completely out of stock. I'm relatively concerned I don't actually have enough materials to restock blacksmithing at this point, but we'll have to see. Get these up and running. I need to do a little bit of a sweep and see if there's any good stuff to buy for legendaries. When you also have the luxury that, I mean, let me put it this way. If you've got this is probably a better way to look at it. If you've got 4.5 million gold, right? You don't necessarily need to even craft a single legendary. What a lot of people forget is that the legendary market is primed for people to flip items. There's demand for them. There's not many people that can craft them at higher ranks, and very often they go super cheap. It's almost a perfect scenario for people to flip. I know a few people that didn't craft a single legendary at the beginning of the expansion, yet still made millions of gold from selling base legendaries, because they bought them when they were super cheap at certain points, scanned through them, go, hang on, that one's cheaper than it should be. Somebody's obviously crafted a bunch of those. I'll buy a couple and I'll sell them later on in the week for more. It's a good flipping market. But just be aware that you're dealing with crafted items. So anything that you buy to flip, you need to be relatively confident that you can flip it, you know, quite quickly. So there's a bit of trial and error in there. You may win some flips, you may lose some flips, but and yet people still post 15 of each. Well, yeah. People do crazy things. Just don't overdo it. I still have 70 Grimveiled belts to sell. Yeah, true. Yeah, don't put everything on red and expect to win. Yeah, like I said, just think about it a little bit. Right, so we're good for 100k worth of sales at the moment. Let's quickly then, we've got a bit of time now, jump on to our blacksmith. To simplify things, I'm just going to send over all my... Oh, we haven't got many arboreal shards. We've not got many at all. I need to go get some. That's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to go get some arboreal shards. What's the quickest way to get there? At least I'm not having to craft materials. I should hopefully just be able... yeah, I should just be able to buy some arboreal shards and we should be good. Bought a few to reset the market and wanted to sell them, but people crashed them, so I bought them out and it just kept going. Yeah, that's a risk that you... It's a risk that you take when it comes to legendaries. Oh, of course, it's reset. We've got all new quests. Pick up this one. There's 500 anima. Just sold 10 rings at rank 4 for 50k a piece. Now they're 80k, of course. Didn't know they'd sell, but Simvir and Phaedramore also got reset. Yeah, funny stuff happens on a Wednesday. People buy out markets and people, you know, manipulate how things look. While I'm in my sanctum, I'll quickly go check my mission table. Simply because we should have a couple of missions complete. Ooh, that was close. 12. We got 60 anima out of it though. I tend to only now do ones that either give... none of my dudes are anywhere near level 48, so this isn't happening anytime soon. Anything that gives me anima or gives me experience, I'll throw my missions, my fellas at, which is actually nothing right now. Wow, okay. Not a single mission that I feel like doing. Is it possible to do this even with our max... Oh my god, we've genuinely got like no... Oh, why are these not in order anymore? Why are these not in level order anymore? I thought these were meant to be sorted by their level. Like we've got a fella that's level 28 below somebody that's level 22 below somebody that's level 25. I don't get it. Alright, whatever. If we put our 5 best in there, do we have any chance of winning? Oh, it claims that we might win with our 5 best. What if we put him in there, you up there, ranged at the back? We'd lose a bunch of HP, but we might win it. Well, it's worth the risk for 25. Covenant mission helper messes up the order. Oh, okay. That would make sense. Right, well, how long does this mission take? 4 hours. Let's give it a go. Like I said, we don't need our followers for much else at the moment. I'm not going to faff around trying to do... Because these rare... The ones with the gold dragons, it's like instant 50 anima. And I'm like, nah, screw that. Anima's way too rare for me to spend 50 anima on a little bag of fish. Literally don't care. The anima is worth considerably more to me than the fish. Than anything that can come out of any of these. I might do one if it gives me a mount, sure. And I'll do them if they have the bonus experience. And they're not a silver dragon or a gold dragon. But I basically try and use this mission table just to get some extra anima. I'm trying to, you know, be net positive on the anima, not have it cost me stuff. But we were doing arboreal shards, weren't we? That's what we were doing. Oh, the anima that you get from the mission also counts towards your weekly. Huh, interesting. I didn't assume that would be the case, but apparently it is. I need to get my alts up to speed with the Covenants as well. I really, really need to get that in order. I would like to go into patch 9.1 with every Covenant... with a character in every Covenant at Renown 40. I don't think that is outside the realms of possibility, because the Renown catch-up is pretty good. But it still means I have to do devote a bit of time to it. Right, Heroes Rest. We need to go over to Heroes Rest. Oh, the world quest is, the world boss is in Bastion as well this week. Well, maybe we'll tick that off at the same time as gathering some arboreal shards. When you hit max renown, you can start getting the anima much quicker. 20 souls from the Maw is like super quick and easy to do, and that's going to give you 500 anima. The world quest, another 250. Couple of mission tables, bang, anima for the week done, without really doing anything at all. Maybe 1 or 2 world quests just to kind of top it up. But yeah. By 9.1, I want item level 200 on all of my alts, minimum. Renown 40. And of course, to achieve Renown 40, that's going to be the Covenant complete as well. $250 anima with a single quest in Moldra Access. Yeah, if you find the epic quests, they usually only appear like once a week as well. But if you can snag that one up at the same time, you're all good. I've almost entirely stopped doing the callings as well, which is bad because I need to do the callings for the reputation. At least on my main character, my main hunter, I would also like to have all the reps maxed by 9.1. YouTube didn't show that you are live. They're mad that you hopped on Twitch. This is a issue that I've been having with YouTube recently, and is kind of part of the reason why I'm slowly moving the live stream off YouTube. We have a brand new channel for the VODs, so the VODs won't stay on the main channel anymore. You will still see. Now I've been smart about this, right? I've made it so that you will still, on the main channel, you'll still see the VODs. If you use the, now I know nobody does this, but on the main channel, for example, there we go, you guys can see. On the main channel, if I'm live, it will show up on the now live. Latest videos is still latest videos, but past live streams is still here. But what you'll notice is they're actually being posted on a different channel. This is just a playlist that displays them on the main channel. You see the VODs are now actually posted on Manthieus TV. Totally different YouTube channel. The VODs will live there, and potentially we might actually go as far as moving the live stream completely to that channel. I don't want to go into too much detail about it because most people don't care, but it's relatively well understood by people that use YouTube a lot that VODs and live streams have a relatively negative effect on smaller channels because let's be fair, 90% of people don't watch VODs. And I get it, I get why. The interactivity of a live stream is, you know, the thing that makes it interesting to a lot of people. Most people don't want to watch a 4-hour, 35-minute long video. But there are still some that do. So, Manthieus TV has been born, separate channel, where I will post all of the VODs. You guys can go over there and sub to that if you wish to keep up to date with the VODs. Now, I don't know why I'm telling you guys, because you guys that are here, you guys get to see it live, because it's convenient for you to watch live. But this is mainly for the people that don't get to watch the streams live, that the VODs are now on new channel. Plus, to get back to the point that, yes, YouTube is not great at actually promoting the live streams at all. So, but that's a thing. We were here for arboreal shards, weren't we? How many do we think we need? Let's just, well, it's not like we don't use them. Just buy a couple of thousand. Have we got enough gold for 3,000? We have. Shards for days. Already got 2 of the Paragon mounts from the main, 2nd and 6th roll. Oh, nice. Yeah, another reason to keep tracking through with the callings. Because, yeah, those Paragon boxes, they do contain some cool stuff. They're not great at it, but still 10 times better than Twitch. Well, that is true. There is like 0 levels of discoverability on Twitch. which is why... Oh, we've got some more here. Which is why anybody that has... The first piece of advice for almost anybody when it comes to growing a live stream on Twitch, the first bit of advice almost every time, unanimously, is start a YouTube channel. Please put the link for VODs somewhere under one of the YouTube videos or on the Manthieus channel. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, it's the top link in the description. Or at least it should be. This is assuming that, once again, this is assuming that everything was set up right this morning, which it may not have been. Please hold. Now I don't know. Let me check. Let me check. Yeah, new VOD channel, Manthieus TV. Top link in the description currently. And this is a thing, right? This is part of the reason why I wanted to at least have some presence on Twitch as well. People just are so used to watching live stream content on Twitch, and they just naturally know how it works, you know? Whereas streams on YouTube are not as intuitive to use. How's the PvP going? We're doing all right. We're just we're tapping away at a bit of a small restock right now, but we're doing all right. Not the pop-in numbers that I would like to see, but I'm well aware that I'm out of stock of a few key items. So we're restocking at the moment, and it may not really pop off until later on today anyway. Each of the calling boxes has about 2,000 liquid gold in it. Yeah, exactly. Just the callings by themselves. I mean, it's been mathed out that if you just do the callings on 3 characters, there's your token. Just done. Without literally any more effort than that. Doing your callings on 3 characters. If you just, you know, every 3 days you do 9 callings across 3 characters. So it's not like you even have to do it every day. But as long as you keep up with the callings on 3 characters, you'll make enough gold just from the callings to pay for your token. Which is, I mean, it's so easy to pay for the token if you just like, I mean, doing that. What is 9 callings gonna? How long's 9 callings gonna take you to do? Let's say it's half an hour, 45 minutes per calling. It's a few hours to do it, but if you don't have enough gold, you have to invest your time to make it. That's the. And of course, if you're doing anything else, even remotely gold making, you shouldn't find it too difficult to make that token a month. Just doing some basic stuff on a semi-regular basis. Now, if you only want to play the game for like 3 hours a week and still want to make a token every month worth of gold, you're going to find it pretty challenging. Unless you have a lot of gold to spend on making that token. Callings, Venari, Revered to get Crafters Mark 2, Novice Crafters Mark, and Legendaries full, GG easy. Well, I mean, if you've got full Legendary capability, it's pretty GG to begin with, but... The real question is if you play that little, why do you play in the first place? Yeah, it's a bit of a harsh way of thinking about it, but there is an element of that to it, that the... I mean, it is an MMO. I mean, it is designed by nature to be a time sink. it's very much designed at its core to be a time sink, something that you need to sort of put a lot of effort in to keep ahead of the curve. That's just kind of, you know, that's just kind of how the game is made. If you don't have that much time to play video games, my suggestion would probably be not to play an MMO. Heavy Desolate armor kits and drums. Yeah, there's lots of small little markets you can be in. Often those small little markets are the ones that have very, very high and very, very quick turnover, which is why they're perfect for beginners. Because any small amount of gold that you invest into them, you get it back very quickly, which is key when you're starting. It's why a lot of the time I don't advise people get into transmog early days. Because the biggest problem with transmog is any time or gold you invest into it, you don't see that back for so long. And most people, you know, most people need to get the gold they invest back relatively quickly. At least at the beginning. And if you've got 5 million gold, you're no longer in the category of starter gold maker, but just by premise of having 5 million gold. Right, we needed to go blacksmith. Oh boy, YouTube is really taking a lead today. 42 of you on YouTube, 18 of you on Twitch. Now, I'm not suggesting you open the stream twice just to pad numbers and pad my ego, but you never know. No, you guys watch on whichever platform you prefer. That's why I did it. Lots of profit from the armor kits since they require reputation. Not everybody could make them for them a while. And quite simply, just because it's not on the trainer. Very, very simply, just because it's not on the trainer, it means it's not in people's crafting list by default. Instantly puts it into the category of something that is going to be slightly more profitable. Like any tiny little barrier to entry is worthwhile. Right, materials wise, we look relatively stocked on these. I'm hoping this is enough materials to fully restock what we need with blacksmithing, but I'm slightly worried it's not. Let's head over to our favourite crafting spot and swing our hammer. How are we doing, Jordan? Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. Wait, what do you mean? I've been making heavy desolate armor kits. Which rep is needed? Without looking, I want to say honoured with the wild hunt, but it might not be. If I've got that right, I need to get out more. Right, what do we need here? We've got a bunch of stuff we need to craft. Flying in the material price will be exciting to watch. Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. Yeah, we did a little bit of research. That was correct. Oh boy, I need to get out more. We did a little bit of research on what's happened when flying was released in past expansions, and then what it in turn did to the price of things. And it was quite interesting to see that not everything was exactly as you would expect. Correct. Have a nice day out. Yeah, I think I need to. It's all this COVID lockdown business. It's made me remember stuff that I shouldn't remember. 2080 Natalia, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. You've got a very long username. 2 of these. One more at rank 2. We were completely sold out of Shadowgas breastplates. Sabadons at rank 4. Gauntlets at rank 2. Got you muted on YouTube and just listen to you here doing my callings on 3 characters. Hey, nice one. See, that's the meta. That's how to pad my numbers. That's the meta right there. Greaves. Wow, we've got none of these. Okay. Rank 3, so we're going to need 2 of them. And rank 2, we need 1. Shadowgas Pauldrons, we need 3 at rank 4. We were completely out of these as well. Oh boy, no wonder I've not been making any Shadowgas sales. It's for one very simple reason. I didn't have anything listed. It's been a few days since I've done a restock on these though, that's the problem. You know you can stream on Facebook. Yeah, I know. I think triple dipping on viewers is a little bit overkill. Oobidis. Ah, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Double dipping on viewership. Love it. Love it. How to cheat the system. Arm guards at rank 4. Need 1 of those. Two of those. And 1 of those. Goldmaking, Starbucks, House Blend, Filter Coffee, Manthieus Live, go, go, go. Well, there we go. That's all anybody needs. All anybody needs. Alrighty, so that's a full restock on blacksmithing. That was pretty sizable actually. Did we burn through many of our materials? We've now got less than 1,000 enchanted lithium bars. I like to try and keep about 1,000 of these in stock where possible, because then I can do basically a full reset or full relist. It's kind of like multi-boxing. Yeah, sort of. I mean, if I was to add Facebook to the mix, it would be a little bit ridiculous, but it could be quite funny. Now, with a full restock of blacksmithing, we should probably do tailoring as well to complete the trio. And hey, if I've got any Shadowgas, I've got plenty of Shadowgas ingots left. I might actually even restock Jewel crafting, you know, because I don't have anything, and I've just totally ignored the rings and necklaces. I don't even think I've got plenty of essences to make necklaces, but I don't think I've got any Torment or Valor essences kicking about. Brander is my mage, who is my tailor, that's going to get all of the arboreal shards. And then we send all the Legos over to Coffee Club, who is our banker. Is that all of them? That looks like all of them. A whole bunch of shrouded cloth here is not needed either. Let's get that sent over to her there. We definitely don't need this callous hide here either. Why is this? What's this doing here? Why do I have these random materials on random characters that don't need them? Let's also send actually a few stacks of Shadowgas ingots over there for jewel crafting purposes. And let's hop on to tailoring. 2 out of 4. 2 out of 4. Oh, new member. Why did it not do a beepy beeps? Why are my alerts not working? Either way, welcome to the Morning Coffee Club. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Morning Coffee Club. My alerts are busted. It's meant to do something fancy for you up here, and it didn't. I need to work out why that's the case. Learned a lot from you, so please accept the small gift. Hey! I highly appreciate it. Thank you very much. What's the best alliance class for blacksmithing? I've never really thought about it, to be honest. For the profession, for the crafting professions, there's not really a great advantage to min-maxing so much. There are a couple of classes that it's worthwhile min-maxing for if you're picking up the gathering professions. Some classes, for example, just gather stuff faster by default, meaning that you don't need the enchants and, you know, stuff like that. But there's not so much min-maxing you can do from a crafting profession standpoint. Right, we need to be somewhere where we can do some crafting. We can just do it here, I guess, as long as we've got the materials. Some shrouded cloth, some arboreal shards, some more arboreal shards, some more enchanted lightless silk, and hopefully we should be good to go. Maybe that's why. I don't think I have an alert set up for members on YouTube. Odd. I should fix that. I will get to it. Right, what do we need for tailoring then? We need a whole bunch of stuff for tailoring. We have too many sandals because nobody ever wants to buy the sandals. Poor sandals. Get in the bin. All of those. That's a sizable amount, you know. That's probably why we've not been selling much tailoring stuff either. Okay then. Right, let's work through the list. Start with the robe, because I know that's a big one. Rank 4s, we need 2 of. Let's open our inventory so we can see what's going on. Hang on, that's our first mistake. We need 3 robes at rank 4. At rank 3, we need 2 of them. And a single rank 2. Now, if I had unlimited materials, I probably would craft rank 1s as well, but the profit margins are so slim on the rank 1s. I can squeeze out more profit from the materials by dumping them into higher rank stuff. So cape, still to this day, big seller. Absolutely definitely need this one on the auction house. Yeah, min-maxing crafting on classes is not really so much of a thing. Like I said though, there's benefit to doing it on if you're going to take gathering professions. I can't believe I'm making Grimveiled mittens. I've got hundreds of these kicking about, but maybe it's just the lower rank stuff. Either way. Either way. I don't think I've got enough enchanted lightless silk for all of this, you know. I think I'm going to run out. Grimvale pants, an absolute favourite of mine. Selling these almost religiously for like 40 odd K a piece. It's been bonkers. Do you ever buy cheap rank 1s for flipping? How do you approach that? From a flipping point of view, I would ignore rank 1s completely. If you're going to do any flipping of legendaries, I'd focus on rank 2s, 3s and 4s. Simply because any man and their dog, or any person and their dog, can craft rank 1s, and 90% of the time they're going to be either at cost or below. There may be like 1 or 2 hours in the week where they may be above sort of crafting cost, but that's very unlikely. Certainly not a great thing to be flipping. Simply because they're so easy to craft. And the common opinion that people are just going to craft them and dump them for as much as they can get back for them is not does not put you in a good situation when it comes to flipping. Oh no, I only need 2 of these. Oh, whatever. Have a spare. Okay, well it turns out we did have enough enchanted lighter silk. Good, 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 good. What about when rank 1 is so low to be below vendor mat cost? All the more reason to not buy them to try and flip. Because if they've got to that point, that should surely tell you that there is no demand for that item. No demand. Because people have crafted lots of them and they cannot sell them. If they cannot sell them, the probability of buying them to flip them to sell them is equally relatively slim. Unless you foresee some big change in the demand for them in the future, I wouldn't say it's very wise. Whoa, no, 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 no. Relax with the shrouded cloth, that's not what we wanted to do. Let's send the arboreal shards back, because we're going to craft some... No, wrong character. We're going to craft some dual crafting ones as well. Alrighty. Alrighty. Dark Iron Dwarf has a 25% increased crafting speed. That would definitely be an advantage. Yes. If that applies to everything, then yes. It's a nice little optimization, that. Especially if you make your own. For example, if you make your own Shadowghast ingots. Like, in the past, I've spent ludicrous amounts of time crafting Shadowghast ingots, which, yeah, if I could have got 25% of that crafting time back, I would have appreciated it, for sure. I mean, I ended up having to spend so much time crafting Shadowghast ingots that I just didn't bother, eventually. 1 month ago I crafted Shadowghast Helm, 15 of each. I have 12, 13... 12, 13, 13 for rank 1s, 2s and 3s. They may not be big sellers everywhere. What are my what are my stats on the Shadowghast Helm? Whoa, 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 whoa. Obviously not great, because it's not on my list. Yeah, not a lot. Hang on. That's not right. Why then was I crafting them? I've got 2 here. Hang on. Hang on. No, I wasn't. Oh, okay. Hang on. Yeah, that's fine. I wasn't actually. I didn't craft any. Whew! Yeah, Shadowghast Helm, dead as a dodo. You worried me there. I thought that was one I crafted a whole bunch of a second ago. You worried me. Now I'm on PC, got you open on Twitch and YouTube, but listening on Twitch. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Padding the numbers wonderfully. Right, inventory's full. First world problems. Let's run a cancel scan and then we can repost what we've got. Because I imagine we've been dramatically undercut in certain places. And we've been slacking when it comes to the PvP, because we've been crafting. Because as hard as I try, I am not good at multitasking. I don't think anybody really is good at multitasking, they just, you know, pretend they're good at multitasking. Right, with all of that cancelled then, let's go post a runes. Full inventory, just get bigger bags. Yeah, I'd love to. Love to. 32 slot bags across the board. Still not enough space. I'm a female, I was born to multitask. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a myth in there somewhere. Goldmakers go call to arms, last 2 wings of castle. Isn't there there's a... Yeah, but even then that's only a 32 slot bag, right? That drops from the raid? If we only want to look at one, which is best for you, YouTube or Twitch? It makes no difference. Honestly, it makes no difference. As long as the viewing experience is good for you, you pick which platform you prefer. Rude. I think it's a myth, though. It is, surely, right? The whole females are better at multitasking things. I don't know. Show me some science and I'll believe it. Hey, I know I'm bad at multitasking. You know, putting the left foot forward first and then the right foot forward for walking is about as close to multitasking as I do. Bone Shatter. Why are we selling rank 2s all of a sudden? What's going on with this? I can craft, watch you, and snipe the auction house all at the same time. Well, in fact, there you go. That is science. I'll take that as science. That is easily 3 things in one go. You have proved me wrong. Wow, that fits like a glove, look. There's only one thing here that we seem to be posting below. Grimveiled Bracers at, no surprise, rank 1. Potential profit to be made everywhere else. That's good. Right. Now we just got to keep on top of being first in the queue. Oh, actually, we were gonna craft some jewel crafting stuff, weren't we? Do I have the essences on this character? No, apparently not. Where are they then? In the bank of Coffee Club. In the bank of Coffee Club. Okay. Do we have any rebirth? Basically no. Torment? Definitely no. Okay, so we're going to make a few Shadowgas rings, but probably not. Oh, sorry, we're going to make some Shadowgas necklaces, but probably not the rings because I don't have the materials. And today is probably not the day to be buying materials for that. So where are all my essences? Oh, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All the essences. Yoink. I wonder how much the essences are going for nowadays. I've really stopped watching those essences. Run shopping scan. Holy moly. Well, for starters, people have reset the price on a couple of them anyway. The Valor and the Servitude, they've reset the prices on. Why are people resetting the prices of those? I mean, sure, but... Alright. I mean, there's literally none anywhere. Fair enough. Does that mean somebody's also done... Somebody's probably done a number on the ore as well. Phaedrum, somebody's reset it all the way to 46. Sinvir's 20, Solanum's 20, Oxane ore. Oxane ore, it must get botted to all hell. It's rarely above 10 gold anymore. Rebirth was 1200 gold. Ouch. Alright, I can still pick up Leystrite ore sort of cheap. I mean, I say sort of cheap. I mean, sub like 7 gold is not a bad price for Leystrite ore. I mean, I probably should just mass prospect a bajillion of this and make some rings and necks out of it, but what are the Shadowgast rings and necks going for right now? Let's search for the ring. 12k on rank 1s, 17 to 18k on rank 2s, 225s are up to 45k. Boy, do I want in on some of that. And 235s are at 70k. Oh, okay. Maybe we do want to craft some of these. Let's look at the neck then. pennies for the rank 1s. Rank 2s are also Trash Panda prices. Rank 3s... yeah, we're not going to be selling rank 3s either at this rate. Because people still, to this day, do this. Rank 4 for the neck. Down to 25k a piece. I mean, I'm going to craft these necks, but I'm not going to sell them. Because there's not a single slot for the necklace that's profitable. Maybe I just prospect a bunch of Leystrite. We'll run the maths. That's what we'll do. Like a sensible goblin, like what I tell everybody to do. We'll run the maths before we make the necks, the rings. Sorry. So we need 3 of these. Two of these. One of these. And let's run some numbers then. So, where's my prospecting rates? Here we go. So, with Leystrite kicking about at, what did we say Leystrite was today? Leystrite is down to, in quantity, well, I'm just going to buy this anyway, because it's significantly cheaper than the rest. Let's just say, in quantity, if we want to go hardcore, we're looking at 7 gold a piece for our Leystrite. So, with 7 gold a piece for Leystrite, here we go, 7 gold a piece for Leystrite. We should expect an essence cost of about 234 gold a piece. Now, of course, we're only going to get 50% of the ones that we actually want, but that's still a relatively good price for the essences. So if we jam that into here, what did we say it was? 234. Obviously, it only averages out to 234, assuming that you actually use all of them. 234, 234, 234, 234. Shadowghast ingots, yeah, give or take 80 gold if I buy them. Meaning, we're looking at 7k crafting cost for rank 1. Let's compare these to what the auction house says. Where did they go? Shadowghast ring. We're looking at 7k crafting cost for rank 1, which makes rank 1s technically profitable. Rank 2s cost us 11k, so we can make some wonga on those. Like I said though, this is all on the basis that we can also make rings and necks and sell those. So actually, if it's 234, let's just call it 300 gold for the rebirth and torment. Making the assumption that we can't make as much gold back from the servitude and valor ones. So 8.5k for a rank 1 crafting cost is more realistic. The other option we've got is just to prospect the zone specific ores, so that we don't have to, you know, worry too much about getting essences that we quote unquote don't need. But let's even go 350 for those. I mean 9k for a rank 1 ring, which is still technically a little bit in the profit. Not by a huge whack, but 14k for rank 2. Yeah, not a lot happening in there. It's just going to be the rank 3s and 4s, isn't it? And then 3s and 4s become really profitable. So there's not much use making anything above 3s and 4s for the rings. Okay, okay. What if we do zone specific ore then? If we what is it? What gets? It's Phaedrum ore, isn't it? That we're gonna need. We're gonna need to prospect Phaedrum ore and Sinvir ore. Phaedrum and Sinvir in equal quantities. So Phaedrum ore. Ah, okay, there we go. There's our first problem. Phaedrum ore is all the way up to 46 gold a piece. There's our first problem. So Phaedrum ore is 46 gold a piece. Phaedrum at 46 gold a piece is giving us an essence value of 887 gold. And Sinvir ore is 20 gold a piece, which is 300 gold. So 887 and 320. 887 and what did we say? 320? Was it 320? Yeah. Which, yeah. So prospecting the zone specific ores themselves make it more expensive. So even with inflated prices to counteract the fact that we may not be able to make as much with the Servitude and Valor, it's still better at 7 gold a piece to just buy all the Leystrite and do it that way. Leystrite ore. How many is that? 28,000 Leystrite ore. 200k. Yoink. If you just go all the way up to 8 gold, just buy it all. Oh my god, the auction house is like, what are you doing? That's too many materials. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. Alright, I think I've bust it. No, we're good. So that's, yeah. In fact, screw it. I'm going to fully reset the price back to 16. Why the hell not? Make it double difficult for anybody to restock. Sure, whatever. Now we've just got to prospect all of that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There was a quick 300,000 gold in Leystrite. Now I'm not, I mean these are only rough numbers, mind. Rough numbers. I've prospected over 1 million Leystrite on one character, guild banks full of gems. Yeah, I see that being a thing. Hello game, please go. There was me saying I wasn't going to do any crafting today. And we spend 300,000 gold on Leystrite. Oops. Jar Jar B, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Even if you have the most annoying Star Wars character in history as your username, you are still welcome here, my friend. I really want to get a bit deeper into the prospecting side of things. I kind of left it left it for dead a little bit at the start of the expansion. Because I invested so heavy into jewel crafting at the beginning of Shadowlands, it wasn't even funny. And then Blizzard pulled the rug out from under my feet, which left me feeling relatively annoyed with it, but a lot's changed since then. And I love the interactivity of prospecting, because it means that you kind of like, everything's just much harder to calculate. And the more and like we say frequently, the more difficult something is to calculate, the the greater the potential of profit is usually in it. So like then, what did I do then? I spent like 2 minutes, 5 minutes maximum, just running some numbers based on what the prices were on my realm, and very quickly came to the decision that, right, well, if I craft rank 3 and 4 rings, I can make so much gold on the 3 and 4 rings that it will entirely cover the cost of all of the legendary necks that we make, meaning that we can just sell the necks for whatever the hell we can get for them and still win. So, but we've just got to, just at the time expenditure of prospecting a bajillion leystrite, which actually with mass prospecting is not too bad. Doing this without mass prospecting would be horrendous. Would not advise. I mean, I really could be doing this with TSM much faster, but you know, I don't do it all this often. Right, that's everything there. Boom. Let's get our fella up and... Oh my god, we don't even have bank space for this. Let's send the legendary necks that we just crafted over this way. Let's head over to... Let's head over... Where we... I think we'll just go Dalaran. Just go Dalaran. Whoa, where are we going? Go Dalaran. Need to dump our bags, basically. Dump our bags into the into the bank, free up some space, then we can do some mad level prospecting. I hate the Sky Golem so much. I want to take it off my favourites list. The weaviness of the Sky Golem just drives me insane. I think that's probably just me, but it drives me absolutely nutty. We can for now put the arboreal shards in the guild bank actually, because my crafters are all in the same guild, so I can grab them from whoever needs them. Let's put as much of this as we can in the reagent bank. Let's put the rest of it in the bank. Please have enough space for all of this. That'll do for now. That's giving us a reasonable amount of space. Right, leystrite ore times a bajillion. That's my favourite aspect. Oh no, it just means when you try and land somewhere, you can never be accurate because you don't actually know where you are. Oh, it drives me nuts. Right, once we set this dude going, he can just be doing it in the background and we'll be Gucci. I don't want to fully film the backs though, because I need to remember I need to leave space for the gems and the essences. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Well, maybe. The wobbly sky golem though does drive me insane. Right, that should be good for round 1. Jewel crafting, go. Where's the mass prospecting? Boom, go. That's going to take a while to do its thing, but we'll put the essences down here. The gems can just fill up wherever. And we'll at least see one of each essence first before we go back to the bank character. Why are we getting like servitude times 1,000,000 and valor times 1,000,000? Give me the good stuff. Torment. There we go. That's what we actually want. Torment and rebirth, please, game. Let's not be stingy. There we go. There's at least one of each. Then they'll stack up there. And let's just leave that fella doing his thing. Okay. With that out of the way, we should have some shadow gas necklaces to post at normal price because we can't get rid of them cheap enough. I probably need to do some work on. Yeah, I probably need to do some work on how I price these, or how I value them, should I say. I probably don't want to list these based on crafting cost anymore. Because I'm going to... Leystrite is going to be my go-to virtually entirely. So my operation for the necks and rings needs to be more based off how much I pay for my Leystrite than anything else. Because eventually, if I prospect enough Leystrite, I should get a balance of essences if I prospect enough. Because currently it's just going by currently Dawn Crafting's going by numbers that aren't gonna really lead me anywhere. Let's do a cancel scan first, while I think about it. Ooh, oh no, I got excited for a sale then, and it's a deadly Sinveer ring. Not what we were looking for. And a versatile Solemnum ring. Somebody's gearing up their character. When you sell 168s, you always sell them in bulk. The sales come in mass. You won't sell any for an entire day, and then boom, you'll sell like an entire set. Are we really cancelling 89 auctions? Oh boy, I'm gonna get I'm gonna have to start worrying about the auction house throttle again. I'm making too much gold. Boo hoo. Can't be doing with this auction house throttle in business. Oh, there were 117s we sold. Oh Jesus, okay. I don't expect to sell them any on a regular basis. But the logic goes, if you don't post them, you don't sell them. Huh, that's an odd thing. Okay, sure. Maybe people have just started to get into that routine though, you know. They hit item level 55. They hit level 55, and they know there's a whole bunch of gear that's available to them then. Thinking about it, part of the reason I craft 3 of all of the rank 4s is so that I don't have to do this whole cancel scan business. I can theoretically post 3 times before I have to do this, but I'm still so much in the mindset of cancel repost, cancel repost. Today's the first time in about 2.5 months I have less than 1 million gold worth of auctions posted, running out of stocks and prices going down on legendaries. Do you not post them if they go below your minimum price then? 'Cause my auction house value is sort of artificially inflated, because if they go below my minimum price, I don't post them at minimum, I post them at normal. So if they go super cheap, I post them way high and just almost use the auction house like storage. You probably should consider to be always on the cancel scan and then get distracted and talk to us. 1 minute later you realise you're doing a cancel scan, boom, thrall solved. Well, that's true. That tends to be the case. When below minimum, post at normal. That's an approach I've taken. It keeps your inventory relatively clean. But obviously what it does do then is it basically says that you end up with a lot more on the auction house than, you know, the auction house of value is kind of unrealistic because you don't expect to sell them at normal price. You just, you know, bump in the market price if nothing else. See a lot of people posting in front of me with the same amount. I would imagine a fair few people use a similar strategy. That's probably why. But yeah, I could do with selling some of these now. We're way too. Why have I got like Why have I got 4 Grimvale belts at 190 in my just lying about in my bags? This is the kind of shit that I don't need in my inventory today. Now, obviously, at some point I need to sell those, but today is not the day to be hogging 4 inventory slots with an item that's probably worth 500 gold. How do you get the 168s or 87s to post undercutting correctly? Currently you can't. And I say currently because it is being fixed. I've got the slight advantage of that I'm one of the TSM alpha testers. So I get the most up-to-date version of TSM before it goes public. Now, they're working on making it so that you can group them and list them undercutting only based on item level. But the problem right now is that the cancel scanning of them is still broken and doesn't work. So it's still work in progress. But the TLDR is currently you just can't. It will always undercut based on the secondary stats rather than just the item level. What's bag space? Yeah. In fact, on that note, all of these random 190s that I've got kicking about multiples of, just get out of here. Grimvale pants at 190. I definitely don't want 3 of those just lying about in my bags. Bone shattered gauntlets at 190. I've got a million of these for some reason. Any stupidly low level 190s, I just don't care about. In fact, 190s in general. If they're not on the auction house, then they don't need to be in my bags today. There'll be a new expansion before TSM get their shit together. Yeah, development is slow on it at the moment. We obviously don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but they have recently put out like a notice for that they are hiring. But weirdly, the position they're hiring for is a more that I think they were looking for JavaScript Pro, which means that they're working more so on the website than the add-on. So I'm not entirely sure where their priorities are lying right now, but what can you do? I'm willing to test and help out where I can, but I can't really do much more than that. Just reset all the tenants, and sacred shards are really, really expensive now, so hopefully not much competition. Today's a good day for enchants in general. Today's a good day for enchants for sure. They said it's primarily for the new desktop application. Oh, okay, that would make sense. How about the TSM Ledger website version? Did you check it out? I've had a little look at it. It's a bit too spammy for me. It looks pretty, but I don't think it really holds much functionality. At least, you know, not really for what I would use it for. If let's take a little look. So I mean, I guess it's kind of got some cool information to it. It looks flashy, but I'm not entirely sure how beneficial it is to use on a day-to-day basis. Like, I don't really know how much. Like, it's almost almost like just data vomit. It's like, here's all of the information. Like, it's too much to process all of it. You want to see the revenue? Yeah, I mean, this is an absolute fantastic example of just vomiting data at you. Like, what are all these wiggly lines for, and why are they all down here? I don't get why the graph is so big. What's going on here? You can filter by group, user profile, etc. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's all, I guess if you sell, the problem is, right, when it comes to actually items that I sell, I only sell legendaries right now. I literally only sell legendaries right now. So outside of it just telling me, right, well, in the last 14 days, I've sold more Umberhide gauntlets and Umberhide treads than I have anything else. That's kind of interesting. That's worthwhile. It'll help you more when you expand to other realms. Yeah, that, like I said, if your day-to-day goal-making activities are relatively broad, if you do the whole, you know, throw everything at the wall, it's a good way of analysing to see what's sticking, and where to maybe then focus a bit more time and effort on. But I've kind of naturally done that over time anyway. I've just realised though, I've dipped below 1 million revenue a day. Rookie numbers. But look at my purchases. I've spent over a gold cap in the last 14 days alone. This is what I talk about, like revenue, just churning sales. Even if you make small profit, if you can just bang out millions of gold worth of sales, And on the bigger servers, it's even more possible to do. I have to devote a lot of time to generate these sales because there's less people buying because I play on a smaller server. I mean, even the bars are like, sure. What is this total showing me? This is the revenue on each day. So Saturday, for example, it claims that Saturday the 13th, it claims I didn't sell anything. Maybe I just didn't loot my mailbox. Oh wow, no surprise Wednesday being the big day. Got to spend the gold to make gold. Yeah, exactly. I mean, 2 mil profit out of 14 days is probably not too bad, I guess. I mean, that's 4 mil a month, right? But I still don't think that even by 14, like the difficulty I think with this sort of stuff is that it doesn't greatly take into account the fact that there was a period of time. What's the date today? It's the 24th today. So probably about this sort of point was when I was restocking all my legendaries. So I had huge expenditure early on. But now I've got to the point where I'm just restocking stuff. Neat tool to look at when you get bored. Yeah, it kind of looks pretty. Like I said, this is what I say about it. Kind of looks nice, but for me at least, from a functionality point of view, whatever. Profession, leatherworking is the most profitable. That's not a surprise. Rank 2 leatherworking. Rank 2 leatherworking seems to hold the most profit for me. That's not right. These have all got the same quantities even though they're different groups at different... Yeah, see, something about this just doesn't work. I think it's probably because of legendaries again, I don't know. Something once again doesn't feel right about this. I really hope that I really hope that Trade School Master don't try and go down the whole just data analyst route. I really hope they stick to, you know, making a good solid add-on for the game. Because data's useless unless you've got a good way to be able to use it. Pumping out data for the sake of pumping out data is not really valuable. TSM calculate all the legendaries based on rank 1 crafting costs. So, oh yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, like all of this, because I deal with legendaries, all of this is probably just wrong. It's probably just wrong. The only real like stuff I can take from it is, you know, these numbers here. Which, hang on, now what's it doing? 57, what? 57 million gold of expenditure, 250 million gold in sales, 192 million gold profit. Yeah. No. No. I definitely do not have 192 million gold. No. Definitely not. Something's wrong here. Something's gone terribly wrong. Now it's... I don't know what it's... now it's adding all of these together even though it should... Yeah, it's bust. It's bust. Ignore it. This is probably closer to the truth than anything else. Those numbers are way off. Yeah. or I'm squirreling away 190 million gold, yeah. Yeah, that's not the case. I can guarantee you I have not made 192 million gold in profit in the last 14 days. No, sirree, is that a case? How are we doing, Adam? Good to see you. I am reading both chat, don't worry. I'm thinking I probably should. I think I've got in this area here. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe down here. Maybe I move my camera up a little bit, and in this section down here I should put the multi-stream chat so that you guys can so if you watch on Twitch, you can see the YouTube chat, and if you watch on YouTube, you can see the Twitch chat. I guess that might be a solution. These are starting to be better sales. Now we're getting there. Rank 3 pants for 13k. Give or take 50% profit on those. Umberhide legs at rank 3. By the time the auction house has had its cut. A smaller, but I would say 15% profit on those. Grimvale pants at rank 4. These are an absolute money maker right now. 13k crafting costs, selling them for 37. That is close to 300% profit. Umberhide pauldrons at rank 3. Cost in the region of, let's say, 11k to make. Selling them for 21, so about 100% profit on those. Let's get these listed back up on the AH and see what we can sell of these. There's not much PvP going on today, auction house wise though. Although I am being undercut on stuff, it doesn't seem... We're still making sales without, you know, putting in too much effort. There's a couple of new names I keep seeing on a regular basis, though, when it comes to selling things. Whether it's the same people that have been up to business previously that maybe have just switched their bank alt, entirely possible. Or there are genuinely just, you know, new players in the arena. Oh, I wonder how the prospecting's going. Oh, this section of prospecting's done. Okay. Cheeky amount of essences there. Let's put some of these gems in the bank. I need as much space in my bags as possible for lacerite ore. Oh boy, we are running out of space quick. By the time we've prospected all of these gems, we're going to be in a sticky situation for inventory space. Let's get all of those in there. Let's get round 2 of prospecting on the go. You know what? I might not even make the legendary rings and necks. I might just flog the essences, you know. I mean, at current auction house prices, the stat. How much did we spend on lacerite ore? Like 300k or something. I mean, there's 100k worth of just rebirth essences there. What do you do with all the gems? I'm just selling them to a vendor. Yeah, for the most part, that's my plan as well. I mean, you should do more with them. The logic is definitely there that you should do more with them. But if everybody tries to do more with them, it just makes it even harder for anybody to actually, you know, sell their clusters or whatever. So whilst I could, you know, try and recuperate a bit of gold by making some clusters and making some rings and necks, it's just more time that I have to invest into doing it. Whereas the alternative option is just to sell them to a vendor, cash out 2 gold 50 for each one, and make my money on the rings and necks, which is kind of the approach that I'm taking now. Plus, if I give them to a vendor, it just gets them out of the game completely. It is by no means the ideal solution. I would really, really prefer to have something constructive to do with them. But the God's honest truth is, I just don't. And there isn't. The demand for anything that comes from the raw gems is not even remotely close to how many of them that you get from prospecting. Right, let's leave that up and running, doing its thing. What have we sold now? Oh, boom, big sale. Big sale. We missed it whilst we were checking prospecting, but Bone Shattered Treads for 87k. These are another mad one right now. 30k crafting cost. Sold it for 90. 300% profit. Yes, please. And then a stinky Grimveiled hood for basically crafting cost. Enchant selling like hotcakes, love to see it. Yeah, today's a good day for enchants. If you're on a big population realm today, with everybody opening their Great Vault, I mean, you could literally, you could literally stand next to the Great Vault and sell enchants, and you'll just sell your enchants at market price by standing next to the Great Vault. On a large population server, you'll probably make 100k gold an hour doing that. No one in your guild that can use the gems? I'm the only one in my guild. And even then, no, not really. There's 10 times more gems in the market than there is need for. Oh, I've hit the goddamn throttle again. I should actually I should start prioritizing my cancels to only stuff that I've been undercut on, rather than cancelling the things that I've undercut, and then every 20 minutes, half an hour, just doing a purge of all of the spare stuff. That would actually be a more optimal use of my cancel scan quota, but that's real min-maxy. Come on, 2 more. Come on, game. Don't hold me back now. Hey, now what are you doing? Come on. Ah, whatever. It's broken. Now we do a post scan. Post from what we've got, then we loot. I should hopefully have some mailbox space, and I've genuinely broken the game. No, we're good. See, this character is a new face, but I have a sneaky feeling it's the same person as I think I know this person. I think they've just changed their bank character. Guild with guild with only yourself, my type of loving community. Yeah, well, I use the guild bank for materials, so it's relatively dangerous having anybody else but myself in the guild. Not much of a people person. I prefer to make videos and live stream than to have lots of people in a guild. 10x profit margin on a shaded Hearthling for 500 gold. Hey, nice. If you can 10x anything in this game, it's a massive win. I'll get these listed and I'll touch on what is going to be today's YouTube video, as I need a practice run at it before I record it to make sure it you know, makes sense. So you guys that are here, the 30 odd of you on YouTube and the 15 of you on Twitch, you'll get a sneak peek into today's video before I publish it. We saw some Shadowgas Pauldrons a second ago as well. I'm intrigued which rank they were. I'm hoping they're the rank 4s because they were a good price. They were the rank 4s. Oh, they've come down actually. 28k right now. Still 50% margin on them. I'll take it. So, you might have seen a sneak preview of it earlier, but I wanted to sort of build upon something that I saw. Is this the right sheet? Yeah. I wanted to build upon something that Lazy Goldmaker put a video out yesterday, basically stating that your profit or your margin really matters a lot less than what you think it does. And I wanted to try and build upon that as well, and try and like really tailor it to how some people start making gold and what's a really good way to do it. So basically, if you're to give a bank character or a crafter a certain amount of gold and say, right, use that gold to make more gold. So you're happy to spend it all on either materials or items to flip, but in essence, you want to take that gold that you have. How much of this can you see on? Let's move this over a little bit. You want to take a quantity of gold, and you want to craft things, or you want to buy things, or you want to flip things, and you want to know, right, well, which markets are going to be preferable to me based on the amount of gold that I have to start with. So 100% can't miss insider knowledge live stream. Hey, yes. Can you make a living on the content creation? Currently, I wouldn't call it a living, but we're getting there. So, if you start with 10k gold, for example, and you have a sale rate, let's say you have, I want to use the transmog market as my first example here. Transmog is traditionally really low selling stuff. You make the risk that you take with transmog is that you invest a large amount of time because you don't have much gold. So you can't buy materials to craft, you can't buy items to flip. You have to invest a large amount of time into going and acquiring materials, say. So your sale rate is going to be pretty trash in most cases on transmog stuff. 0.02, 0.03, 0.04, they're the kind of sale rates that you usually expect to see with anything that falls into the category of transmog. But transmog usually has the advantage of that it's relatively profitable. Even if you craft stuff, or even if you buy stuff, you can usually sell them for a lot more than what you bought them or crafted them for, but it's going to take you a long time to do it. So what actually happens then? So if you have 10,000 gold worth of stuff for sale on the auction house, you have a sale rate of 0.02, meaning only 2% of what you list on the auction house on a daily basis sells. So you would then sell. The spreadsheet works it all out for you. If you have 10,000 gold worth of stuff on the auction house, Your sale rate of a 0.02, 2% of what sells. You're only selling like 200 gold worth of stuff a day. But the margin's good though, right? The profit that you make on what you sell is good. So what is the profit then? Well, the sales plus the profit is 300 gold. This now means tomorrow you have more gold to invest. You can spend that 300 gold on either whatever it is you're doing. Either you find another couple of transmog items to buy and then try and flip, or you just, you're slowly increasing your inventory. And the same thing happens on a day-by-day basis. But what we can see with transmog, because of the really, really, really low sale rate, even in a perfect scenario, you're not really making a huge amount of gold with transmog anytime soon. You could start with, not a lot, and you still end up with not a lot, simply because your sale rate is so bad. So much of what you post on the auction house just doesn't sell, and this is hence why people start to say that you need like 2,000 items on the auction house, and you need 2 million gold worth of value on the auction house before you'll start to see any like sizable amount of gold coming back from this. Which tends to be, in my opinion, why transmog is one of the worst things to start with. Transmog should be almost exclusively for the rich goblins to buy items that they can buy them, and if it takes 6 months to sell it, they don't care because they don't really need the gold anyway. But what happens, for example, if you switch to a profession which has a lot higher turnover, a lot faster, you know that the gold that you invest, you can actually make back very, very quickly. So let's look at something like alchemy and enchanting, or one of the consumable based professions. So let's say you start with a similar amount of gold available to you. Let's take note for this, that with transmog, you basically only made about 13,000 gold in the first month by reinvesting in all of the profit that you make. It's a tough, very, very slow start. That's basically what we're saying. Even though the profit's good, you just can't sell enough quick enough to make it really profitable. But let's look at something like alchemy and enchants, where your sell rate is much higher. If you make 100 potions, you should be able to sell at least 15 to 20% of those potions every day, pretty comfortably, as long as you're willing to, list them, do a couple of cancel scans. You may even sell all of them, who knows? But the point is that you're selling faster, you're selling more stuff, you're generating more turnover of your stock. But the problem with enchants and the problem with potions is the margin is usually terrible. If you can make 10% profit on everything that you sell, it feels like nothing. If you craft a potion and it costs you 100 gold and you sell it for 110 gold, a lot of people think, well, I only made 10 gold, but it's a numbers game, right? You're selling in volume. You're really, really pumping through the numbers here. Look what actually then happens with the same starting capital, with a much, much higher sale rate. Even though the margin is considerably lower, you can start snowballing very, very fast. In the first day, you sell 1,500 gold worth of potions. You spent 10,000 gold on materials. You crafted the potions. You open the mailbox the next day, and there's 1,500 gold in there from stuff that you sold. Add what you sold to the profit. You've made yourself a little bit more than you started. Hang on, brain, stop a second. Okay, the logic still works. The maths in this is wrong. No, it's not. It works. It's fine. No, I just had a momentary lapse of brain power there. No, the numbers are wrong. Because this number's wrong. This should only have gone up by 150. Hang on. Uno momento. Stroke incoming. This is why I practice these things first, to make sure I've got it all right. Oh, okay. This should be just the profit itself. That doesn't need to be there. That's just the profit itself. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. So you invest 10k, you sell 1500 gold worth of stuff. The profit on that is only 150 gold because the margin's low. So then the next day, you actually have 10,150 to reinvest. And now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. How does that... Yeah. Now it's good. Now that will really emphasize just how bad transmog is. So let's go back a slight step. Right? Let's go back a slight step. So with a transmog, I'm assuming when I say transmog here, you can artificially inflate this by adding more time to it. You can spend more of your time, instead of reinvesting the gold that you've made into trying to buy more items to flip. This is more of a transmog flip, I guess. Flipping transmog, I guess, is the... it doesn't necessarily have to... Well, yeah, flipping transmog, because you're buying things that sell slowly. That's a good way to describe it. Yeah, okay. So you're flipping transmog. You start with 10k, and because the sale rate is so low, even though you make a lot of gold, in a month of reinvesting all of the profit, starting with only 10k, you still only come out with 3,000 gold more than you started with, after doing it for an entire month. So it looks like you've got good margin, but your biggest problem is you're just not selling stuff fast enough. You're just not selling it fast enough. You need to be selling it quicker. So then you look at the alchemy side of things, where you do sell it quicker. You sell stuff quicker, but you make less gold, less profit on each item. So now 0.15 as a sale rate for alchemy is very, very minimal. Very, very minimal. You should, in theory, with just an hour of actually focusing on the auction house, be able to generate a much better sale rate than just 15%. With alchemy, you should probably be able to almost craft everything that you can sell every day. But even with a very, very conservative amount, this basically entails you craft potions, you post them on the auction house, and you leave them. You do nothing with it. Then you can still see that your profit slowly starts to increase, and you end up with 5,500 gold more. So it worked out to be better than the flipping of the transmog to begin with. But let's see what happens when you do sort of base legendaries then. Something that you know that you can craft and sell very quickly. And hence why I'm in this market heavily myself. You start with 10k gold, but I know for a fact I can sell, 30% of my stock virtually every day. Look what happens to the snowball effect very quickly. Your 10k that you put in comes out to be 13k at the end of it. And this is only emphasized with something like legendaries. There's a lot more room for more gold. If you have more gold to start with, it just exponentially grows So if you start with 100,000 gold, right? You start with 100k and you're willing to give that to a character to craft and sell legendaries, even with a 10% margin, a slim margin on the legendaries, look what happens to your gold eventually. You start with 100k. By the end of the month, if all of the profit that you make every day you reinvest and you still sell comfortably, you put 100k in, you gained 135,000 gold extra than what you started with. You'll end the month with 235. Now in the US, that's a token. In the US, that is a token. And this is why people say gold, having lots of gold before you start flipping or crafting is key. Really, really key. You can, if you're willing to invest a whole bunch, you can make a whole bunch. And the profit isn't really, you don't have to hunt down those massive 50% profit flips. Because if you can't sell them quick enough, it's not really great long term. So yeah, this is kind of hopefully trying to build on, or to give people an example of where you should start. Really, if you know you've only got like 10,000 gold that you're willing to spend, you dump it into alchemy. You know that you can sell. Let's say you're willing to spend time, that you can increase your sale rate by spending more time doing something. If you're willing to spend more time auction PvPing, you can increase your sale rate. Instead of only selling 15% of what you crafted every day, you can push that to 30 or to 40 or to 50 or to 60%. You can do some wonderful things. So if you can sell half your stock every single day, even on a small margin, with alchemy and enchants, you spend an hour or two PvPing, auction house PvPing, you very quickly can go from 10k gold. If you consistently do that, you'll end up with 40k gold on that character by the end of the month. And then what happens the next month is you started with 41,000 gold. So in month 2, 41,000 gold. Doing the same thing, by the end of month 2, you're up to 160k. If you start, this is why if you have more gold, you get a massive head start. So if you start with 100k and you want to craft like flasks, potions, like all the enchants, and you spend a bit of time selling them, even with really, really small profit margins, 100k at the beginning of the month could be 400k by the end of the month. If you dedicate a bit of time to it. And this is why, if you have a lot of gold, it is considerably easier to make more gold. You just need to focus on selling things. The faster you can sell things, the more gold you'll make. Fully agree with you, but this video might attract a lot of haters. Oh, well, yeah, for sure. And this is it. This is why when you look at certain professions like alchemy, alchemy is really cheap to get into. Like, you can start with 10k gold easily. Easily. Imagine you start with only 10k gold in alchemy. You're willing to, you know, put in a lot of time and effort to sell your... You're happy to spend an hour a day, like, focusing on selling your flasks and your potions. But you've actually done the smart thing and you've bought your materials cheap. So you're actually making slightly more profit than anybody else. If you've bought your materials cheap and you're selling on the most profitable day, like a Wednesday, and you start making, you getting good sales and you're making good profit, you can turn 10k into 150k by the end of the month. And boom, hey presto, there's your token. You start with 10k, you craft flasks, potions, enchants, food, all of the cheap basic stuff. And if you're happy to reinvest that gold every day reinvest. After only a week, you've got nearly 20k to spend on making potions and flasks. And if you can then sell half of those, you're making a lot more every day, and it snowballs. This is what gold making is all about. It's all about snowballing. So if you have very little gold, oh, and glyphs. Glyphs are I felt lazy and didn't want to craft, so instead I flipped and reset Shadowlands, enchants, and food. And the glyphs. Glyphs are a very slow seller in my opinion. There's a few that will be, you know, you'll sell them all day long, but for the most part, glyphs are also pretty slow. But yeah, this is the thing why I focus on base legendaries right now. I have a lot of gold to throw at this. I have a hell of a lot of gold to throw at it. I'm almost at the point where I have more gold than I can spend on legendaries now. I can't realistically spend more than 1 million gold a day on materials, because there does come a point where you just have more than enough gold than you ever need, and that's when moving to other markets, or even going further and moving to other realms, becomes a big thing. But 100k starting with legendaries, probably sell 30% of what you craft every day, and let's say you make 15% profit on the legendaries that you craft and sell. 100k at the beginning of the month, 400k by the end of the 350k by the end of the month. You've increased your gold total by 250k. At the end, you start to optimize your time instead of the gold. Exactly, and this is like what I was saying earlier. Things like Shadowghast ingots. I now almost don't bother crafting Shadowghast ingots because it takes too much time. I'm minimizing the amount of time it takes me to craft items, list items, and sell items. This is assuming someone with 100k has rank 4s though. I mean, there's lots of broad assumptions with this, but not necessarily. I mean, yes, obviously you've got to. You're only making 10% profit. Legendaries has a lot of nuances to it, but this is just a broad overview of kind of like what gold making is about and how it works. And I mean, for the last few weeks, I've been talking pretty heavily about increasing the sale rate of your items is really, really important. This is why when we started looking at we were doing the 0 to hero stuff, we started on another server, and we started with like virtually 0 gold, and we were looking into like the crafted stuff and the sale rates on some of these crafted items, and 0.01, 0.02 sale rates, not acceptable. Posting something 50 times is just not acceptable, unless you have millions and millions of gold and are happy to wait for it to sell in 6 months. Heavy Desolate Armor Kits got me from 40k to 700k this week. It can snowball. It can snowball. You spend 40k on making Heavy Desolate Armor Kits, and you sell half of them every day, and you're making like 20% profit on them. That 400k can easily turn to 700 very quickly. Now there are some limitations. Like, for example, let's look at the alchemy one again. One of the obvious limitations is that, well, you get to a point where the demand for the items that you're selling is just not high enough. So there may come a point, right? If you're going really heavy on alchemy, if you're going really heavy, you're crafting thousands of potions, thousands of flasks each and every day, and you're just banging them out. The problem is you might not be able to actually make more than 20,000 gold worth of sales because you're on a low pop server. There may just come a point where you just can't sell more anymore, and this is where if you look at an item. I've not got a good item to display really. If you look at any regular item, preferably a material, you'll see the regional average daily sold. So deadly Dawn clusters, on the average realm, 65 sell a day. Now we know, on a super high pop server, a lot more of them sell. On a low pop server, a lot less of them sell. An average is an average though, right? It's somewhere in the middle. So you'll, at some point, you'll get to, and this is what I say, that sometimes you just end up with too much gold. You can't invest more gold into a market to make more gold out the other end, because it's, I mean, the technical term for it is saturated. There is a limit to how many things sell, and you can't go above that by just throwing more gold at it. Which is why this is still just like, it's hypothetical. It's a very hypothetical thing. There are some other nuances to it, but I tried to put it together to just sort of emphasize, you know, profit is great. Making 50% profit is great, but actually selling things faster will make you more gold. Will definitely make you more gold. And eventually what you do with this is you kind of, when you've got, well, basically to sum it up, if you're starting to make gold, you either want to start with something that has a high sale rate, that you know that what you can buy and what you can craft you can sell quickly, like this is why flasks, maybe not so much flasks because they're quite expensive, but potions, food buffs, basic enchants, even gems, I suppose we could throw into that category. These are things that are really, really good for people that have got small amounts of gold to begin with. They don't cost a lot to make, but they do sell really quickly and really fast. And it means that even if you make a small amount of profit on them, you'll get somewhere. And that the more you make, the more sales you can make, the more profit that you make overall. And then eventually, by the time that you end up with more gold, you can invest into more markets and bigger things. But genuinely focusing less on the profit per item and more on just selling. Flasks aren't selling for a profit on my server, and way too many up for me to reset it. It's probably because you can't look at the auction house on one day and take it as a rule. Prices fluctuate. Somebody on your server is making profit selling flasks, or they wouldn't be doing it. What you need to work out is how did they get their materials so cheap that they could make a profit. Two options. They either bought their materials at the point in the week where they were much cheaper, or they're a fool and they farmed their own materials thinking that they're free. But that second group of people tend not to have unlimited amounts of materials, so they disappear very quickly. Competition's another factor in this. Consumables could have more people selling them. Yeah, I mean, the next thing to look at, obviously, this is hypothetical that these numbers are... This is trying to, you know... This is a perfect world scenario, which doesn't necessarily happen. You might have better days, you might have worse days. But like I said, this is in a hypothetical box right now. So for flasks, for herbs, for example, my recommendation to anybody is to jump. If you need a whole bunch of nightshade on the regular to make flasks, you need yourselves a whole bunch of nightshade. Jump onto the Undermine journal, look at the heat map. You can see, right, well, this shows you a snapshot of the prices of Nightshade for every hour of the week. You can see, right, well, the cheapest time to buy the herbs seems to be Monday. Seems to be relatively cheap. Early on a Monday seems to be pretty cheap. At this point, you can see somebody obviously bought a bunch by midday on Monday. So Monday morning is not a bad time to buy it, because you can get your Nightshade for 35 gold a piece. If you try buying your Nightshade at like peak raid time, Friday evening for example, you could be spending 50 gold for your Nightshade, and then yeah, that's a significant difference from 35, and that's just one of the materials. Buying your materials when they're cheap is key. And if you go to the auction, if you know that on your realm 35 gold for a Nightshade is a good price, if you see a whole bunch of them appear at 35 gold, you want to be in the position to buy them all. Because then if you buy them, it means somebody else doesn't. It's relatively safe to stock up, to buy enough of a material to cover you for the entire week, if you know that when you're buying them at the right price. Because the difference between buying your materials at 35 gold and buying your materials at 40, 45 gold, you look at 6 PM for example. 6 PM on a Friday is when everybody is trying to buy the materials to do their, to craft their flasks or whatever for the raid, and hence it's more expensive then. The buying materials from trade chat is still a thing, but it's way less of a thing in Shadowlands, and it's because they've fixed, quote unquote, fixed the auction house. Most people don't have any issues selling their materials anymore. Magpen, thanks for the follow on Twitch, appreciate it. Most people don't have an issue selling their materials anymore, which means they don't necessarily feel the need to sell them through trade at a discount. Some people still will. I imagine it's more of a thing on a really big server. But selling materials is not a tough one this expansion, because the barrier to entry is so low. And the way the auction house works is just way more convenient than what it used to be. But yeah, that's kind of that's basically what today's video is going to be. So any of you guys that have here, you've basically already seen it. But that was my practice run at it to see if I can explain it correctly and maybe fix a couple of teething issues with the chart. I'd have looked a right fool if the chart had gone live the way that it was previously, but I hope that makes sense to people. That actually, yeah, selling everything at huge, ridiculous costs, huge margins on stuff, yeah, at face value it sounds nice, but actually focusing on just selling more stuff and selling it quicker is a much better way to make gold. Much, much, much better way to make gold. Increase your sale rate and the profit doesn't really matter anymore. Let's get back to doing some cancel scans, because there's nobody online and I should have the market to myself. Oh, nice. What have we got going on here? Umberhide Pauldrons and Shadowgast Arm Guards. Do a quick cancel scan on this. $65 auctions cancelling. It's nice to see that I'm cancelling so many auctions. That tells me that there's a lot of stuff today that's still got some good profit in it. That we've not come across many people that have chosen to crash markets for the chance of a quick sale. We just sold some Bone Shatter Treads as well. They're a really popular seller right now. Hunters are after boots all of a sudden. Yes, rank 4 Bone Shatter Treads. Second pair of those in an hour. I need to craft a couple more of these because they're obviously selling. And when they're selling for nearly 90k a piece, I am not going to question that. In fact, I'm actually going to make sure I go and make 2 more sets of those, like literally this very second. If you got those hotcakes, try and sell them. Oh, even my post scan is being capped now, or throttled. Oh, we finished prospecting all of that ore as well. Where's the rest of my... There they are. Yeah, see, we're getting equal numbers now. You prospect enough and the numbers you get out of Leystrite's equal. I think they changed that since the beginning of the expansion. Prospecting ore right at the very beginning of the expansion... Oh, sorry, prospecting Leystrite at the beginning of the expansion seemed to favour Essence of Torment for some reason. But I think it was an unintended bug. Bone Shatter Treads at rank 4. I was going to craft a bunch of them because they're selling like nobody's business. We didn't get to Outlands today. That's what we didn't get to do. The PvP's been too strong. Or at least my restocking and stuff has been too strong, maybe. It's probably a better way to describe it. Plus I ended up doing stuff I never planned to do. Absolute story of my life on this stream. This is why I don't often make like super funky thumbnails for the stream. Because often I have no idea what's going to happen. There's an air of mystery. Right, let's get this churning away on the rest of this Leystrite. There we go. Where is it? Jaunt crafting. Mass prospecting Leystrite. Okay, go, 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 go. Nice. One last cancel scan, I think. One last cancel scan for today, or at least for this morning. I want to try and put that sort of that mini TED talk into some sort of constructive video for you guys later today, and we might even, because the auction house PvP seems to be pretty good today, we might even do a bonus stream this evening. If we do a bonus stream, it will likely be on Twitch and possibly Twitch only. We'll see. Because, as I said, partly the reason we have a second channel now for the VODs and we're also streaming on Twitch is because the live streams do interfere with the with the viewership on the videos. How do you mass add items to the mail? I saw you do it a few times, but couldn't when I tried. You have to have Postal installed, Postal add-on, and then it allows you to just shift-click on an item, and it will dump them all into a mail. It's why you see me switching to the default UI for mailing quite frequently. I mean, I could, in theory, set it up with TSM, but that's on the assumption that I'm doing it with the same item, which I'm not always doing. But yeah, if you install Postal, you can just shift-click on an item and it'll, you know, list all of them, or everything that's similar. How much do you charge for disenchanting services from trade chat? Looking for enchanter, got materials, that sort of stuff. Okay. I mean, I tend not to, but the easy answer for that is as much as you think you can get away with. I mean, it's all about valuing your time at that point. And it's the same for, like, for example, if people want to craft a legendary item, they bring you the materials, and are like, well, what's your fee for crafting? There's no real set answer to that, to be honest. Yeah, there's not much more than just, you know, charge as much as you think you can get away with. If somebody start high, and if somebody says no thanks, then you can always drop your price, or you can stand your ground and not do it for them. It's the art of bartering. There's no real rules behind that. I mean, you probably want to just look at the if you're specifically crafting the enchanted callus, the enchanted Elysium, the enchanted lightless, you just want to look at what the price is on the auction house and just price yourself just ever so slightly under what it would cost them to just buy it from the auction house anyway. There's got to be some value in it for them, otherwise they wouldn't do it. So, when should you start prospecting Elysium instead of Leystrite? This is an interesting question. There's about a 10x multiplier in value between the two. Now, when you prospect Elysium, you get a lot more essences per Elysium by a factor of about 10, and so that is what's considered in the price. But Leystrite at 10 gold sounds expensive, whilst Elysium at 60 sounds cheap, so I'd be suspicious, because if Leystrite goes below 6 gold, then it becomes cheaper again to prospect Leystrite. But yeah, there's about 10 times the difference. That's not accounting for the gems that you get out of prospecting though. That's just looking at the essences. PKB, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate it. Thank you. Where's the sub button? Hey, I'm gonna have to be streaming on Twitch a lot longer before I get a sub button. And how we doing, Jack? Welcome. I don't feel we'll be getting a sub button all that soon on Twitch. I think you can get it relatively fast. I've not looked into the exact requirements for it, but I imagine I probably can get it quite quickly. I don't know. But yeah, it claims I have 934 followers, but most of those don't. Most of those people don't exist anymore. That was from when I was streaming like 4 or 5 years ago. I amassed a whole bunch of followers back in the day because I used to stream on Twitch pretty regularly. But like, I'm literally, when I say like 4 or 5 years ago, that's not an over exaggeration. It was literally a hell of a long time ago. But have at least 50 followers, and over the last 30 days, at least 500 minutes broadcast, 7 unique broadcast days, and an average of 3 or more concurrent viewers. What's 500 minutes? What's that, like 10 hours? It's less than 10 hours. I've done that in the last 3 days. It's like 8 hours or something silly, isn't it? I've probably done that in... I mean, I probably tick all of those boxes then. Which flasks do you start selling in alchemy? Well, you've only got 2 options in Shadowlands. There's only 2 options. One is the wrong option, because tanks even tend to choose to use the... they don't tend to choose the stamina flask, even when given the choice. Stamina flasks are much cheaper, but the flask of power, whatever it's called, I can't remember the exact name, but the main stat flask is basically your only real option. Seven unique broadcast days, well, we'll have that pretty soon. Could be when you're streaming for a week. Grendel, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. All of these is helping towards the, what would we say it was, 50 followers over the last 30 days. I'm quite sure I've done that anyway. You just need to register as being consistent by their algorithm. I think 5 days a week is pretty consistent, or at least I hope it is. Qualified streamers will be invited via email notification and then an announcement in their dashboard. Invitations will continue to be sent out on a rolling basis as new streamers qualify for the program. Once the streamer has been invited, a new section will appear on their settings tab, allowing them to register for the affiliate program and to enable bits. Alright, fine. I mean, it's probably, I mean, is it even on the dashboard now? I don't know. I don't look at this sort of stuff. There's a subscriber only thing already. Oh no, that's for clips. I think anybody can make clips at the moment. I'm one of the very few Twitch streamers that will probably keep clips enabled, by the way, because I know I don't broadcast copyright stuff. There doesn't seem to be anything on here right now about it. I'm not overly. Oh, hang on, what's this? Building a community, it says. Get 5 people chatting at the same time and reach 50 followers. We need more people to chat on Twitch. I need 5 people to chat. I've only had 4 people chatting at the same time, apparently. What does this unlock? Why the hell are there achievements on Twitch? What in the world is achievement? Why do you need achievements for a stream? Oi, lurkers, unite. There's 20 lurkers. Get going. Here's your 5th requirement. Boom! Yes, boys and girls. There we go. This is a chat. I chat. Look at me chatting. Good effort. Good effort, everybody. Well, that apparently, completing this achievement unlocks the ability to grant VIP status to members of the community. What the hell is VIP status? Is it like modding, I guess? VIPs have the ability to equip a special chat badge and chat in slow, sub-only, and even follower-only modes. Oh, you mean all of the modes that I'm never going to use? Okay, sure. Requirements are re-evaluated over the last 880 days. Alright. Sure. Hi, Grandma. Look, Mum, I'm on the telly. Have you ever put out your TSM strings to the community? I annoy people with this one. I'll happily give people my groups, but I don't give out my TSM operations. I quite genuinely annoy people with that, but it's because people just want to be given the answer. I'd rather teach you how to make your own than to just give them out. Because if I give you an operation, next time you need another operation for something else, you're none the wiser on how to make it. Oh, hey, you connected your Discord with the Twitch? I think I did. I don't want to give them the insight on how low they can push you to flip. No, it's got nothing to do with that. I welcome the competition. There's actually two of the other major goblins on my realm frequently watch the stream, so they know exactly what I'm doing. If I was concerned about keeping secrets, I wouldn't broadcast myself streaming. You know, I'm not bothered about that side of things at all. Have both Twitch and YouTube running at the same time, you're getting an echo. Yeah, that's maybe not sensible. Check my Discord and see your role on the right hand side. What's this then? What's Jack doing nowadays? Oh, now live. Manthieus streaming. Huh, cool. That's clever. Oh, now it does actually say I'm streaming as well when you see it. Ah, I can see. Clever, clever. I'm getting there. Who be this? Koya Keebs, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's regarding the operations, it's not that it's the exact opposite of me, like, I'm not trying to be a dick, it's the exact opposite of that. I'd rather try and teach you how to, you know, set up the operations for yourself, even if it means starting at a basic level. Because once you get on board with how they work to begin with, you'll start playing around with them and start crafting your own, and all of a sudden you'll actually, you'll be making more fancy operations than even I use. And for reference, my operations are not that fancy. Like, people assume my operations to be really fancy, but they're just not. Like, it's often a custom price source and then a percentage of that custom price source. I really don't do anything like particularly crazy. 105% of smart average buy price. That's basically it. Like, I don't do crazy stuff with my operations. If I do any crazy stuff, it's actually usually it's often more in my custom price sources where the real crazy stuff happens. These, for example, are just ludicrous. Like this is one string. If I copy that into Notepad to show you just how ridiculously big that is. For reference, this for reference is one custom price source. So when people think that there's some wizardry going on, there is, but it's not in the operations. This is what helps me sell legendaries, by the way. How do we change the font size in Notepad? We go down to 12. Will that fit it all on a page? There we go. Just. This is one custom price source. And this is just for cloth. So, yeah, there's magic happening. There's definitely magic happening. Good luck screenshotting this one, by the way. Yeah, look at all of the close brackets at the end. This is just one massive, great big nested if statement. But yeah. So there is some wizardry going on, but finally the secret is revealed. In short, what does it do? A TLDR is it basically calculates the crafting cost of every legendary. It basically replicates what you would want TSM crafting to do, but for base legendary items. So when we look at have I got a few different things? So a 235 bracer and a 225 bracer. You see there's a custom price source called base LW. Hang on, we can do some clever stuff here, look. Maybe. No, we can't, hang on. So, yeah, it's basically that 14,428 on the custom price source, base LW, is the crafting cost of this item. And it's that custom price source that's working that out. It's basically everything that my spreadsheet does, but just in a custom price source, which I can then reference in my operations. How many times did you hit close bracket before unbalanced parentheses went away? Yeah, a lot. What's the add-on showing the item level? It's part of Bagnon, but it's a separate module for Bagnon. If you just download Bagnon, you won't get it. But if you search for Bagnon again, there's like little mini modules for Bagnon, the add-on. And one of them is just called Bagnon item level. And that will give you the number in the corner. Super helpful though, by the way. Use the cheat sheet, rank 4 leatherworking, 1.2 times crafting multiplied by 4 plus 50 gold. Yeah, you got to be careful using that though now, because you can't reference crafting at all, because in TSM it changes. You got to be really careful using that one nowadays. Let me show you an example of what I mean. If I open up leatherworking and I go to let's go to some bone shatter gear that I'm not maxed out on. If I select bone shatter helm here, I've got it maxed out at rank 4. TSM now shows the crafting cost as 42,460, which is sort of right, but it's not exactly right. And if you change the ranks, it doesn't. Oh, okay. There's also another problem, right? That I've got a different version of TSM to what you guys have. But my point here is that using crafting at all is a big no-no. Even a multiplier of crafting, because the value isn't always the crafting cost of a rank 1. So you can't base everything on the crafting cost of rank 1 anymore. Because that crafting value sometimes is a different number depending on what rank you're able to craft. It's another 1 step forward, 2 steps back, unfortunately. So be really careful. If you've not, you might not, like I said, it's hard for me to sort of pinpoint exactly, because I've got a stupid version of TSM that's different to everybody else. But yeah, be super careful using crafting at all. It's an absolute no-go in my opinion. It was relatively common to take the rank 1 value or the rank 1 crafting cost and just multiply that by some number to work out the price of ranks 2s, 3s and 4s. Yeah, you can't do that no more. Did they add legendary restocking into the new TSM yet? I've not tried. No. No, still not in. It's still a, like I said, it's work in progress. I'm sure they'll get there eventually. I'm sure they'll get there eventually. Right, I've just realised I've got a whole bunch of these now. Let's make these Shadowghast rings before I forget, as I'm here. Why can I not make them? Oh, because I sent all my arboreal shards away like a fool. Was going to craft 3 rank 1s and made 2 rank 2s instead, and I'd already stocked up on rank 2s. Yeah, easy to do. I've done the same thing multiple times. Shadowghast ring at rank 4. I mean, this is where the money's at, so I want to prioritise these. Let's make 3 of these for now. Oh my god, how many Shadowghast ingots do these use? Jesus, I never even noticed. And then 2 of those. Oh, and then we're out of Shadowghast ingots anyway. Right, whatever, don't care. Yeah, you got to be very careful pressing the craft all button. Mistakes will be made. Almost guaranteed mistakes will be made if you hit the craft all button. I love when people give up on the Auction House PvP and just post at crafting cost. Hey, when they post at crafting cost, then that's where your opportunity is to just buy them out. If you've got the gold, just buy them out, and you know they're out the market, and then you can resell their stock that they weren't willing to compete against. And because they're out the market, you know, you can actually charge more for them anyway. It's win-win. They get their sales, they get out the market, and you get more stuff to sell. Happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. Oh, I clicked the cancel button like a moron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go gadget. Where's your vendor? Can I sneaky your vendor? Just get rid of these. Make them disappear. Pretend they don't exist. And now they don't. Lovely stuff. 7,000 gold. I'll take it. Right. I think this now will be the last cancel scan. I know I said that a while ago, but I double checked the whole ranks of current version of TSM shows rank 1 crafting cost always. Please just trust me when I say it doesn't always work it out to be rank 1 and not to use a multiplier. Because if you may just at the time of you looking at it, it may show the rank 1s, but trust me, it does change. Getting your... Oh, you're getting your new microphone tomorrow. I was going to say, I thought you said you were getting your new microphone a while ago. They offered me the mic from B stock, had some package damage. When you're spending $400 on a mic, I would, yeah, you don't want B stock. And at a 5% disc, get out of town. No, 20% discount, you might think about it. Yeah, 5% discount for B stock on something that's $400. Nah, nah. Not ordering a Rode mic, signed a Norwegian. What's wrong with Rode mics? Rode mics are alright, aren't they? I've always thought they are. My SLR's got a mini Rode mic thing on it. Seems to do the job. All about that road. Okay. I've the next thing on my upgrade list for the stream, considering that I couldn't buy a graphics card even if I wanted to, is a better quality microphone. I can sort of tweak and tune the mic I use now to sound kind of alright, but it still doesn't sound the way I want it to. No mic problems if you don't have a mic, forehead. Well, that's true. That's true. No microphone, no problem. It's your third mic in 3 months? Holy smoke. I've been trying to buy a graphics card for 4 months. Yeah, it doesn't appear that the graphics card situation's going to get better anytime soon either. That's the big concern I have. It could be a while until you could even buy, unless you're willing to buy like off eBay for stupid money. I got excited because my chat said Bone Shatter Vest has sold for 60k. No, it's the rank 2. It's only 20k. Boo. Went from Blue Yeti to Rode Procaster and now to Shure SM7B. That's a pretty reasonable upgrade path though. At least you're stepping up in quality each time. Have you reached out to TSM to do a partnership? You do a lot for them just by answering questions about the app. Not really. I mean, their affiliate system that they do is, I mean, yeah, I could take a percentage of all of the people I suggest go sign up for TSM Premium, but if I'm honest, I think they probably need the money right now. I don't think they need to be giving a percentage of it to me. Plus, I'd probably be then under some obligation to, you know, actively promote them. If my only affiliation with them is that I do a bit of testing of the add-on for them, I can still speak relatively truthfully about how I feel about them as a company. There's always that, when you start getting into some sort of, you know, monetary agreement with a company, it gets a bit more difficult. GPUs are twice the retail price because of miners. A lot. Yeah, I watched. Linus Tech Tips put out an interesting video about that yesterday, and it seems to at least slightly disprove the fact that it's just miners that are the problem. A percentage of the problem is actually the fact that the demand for graphics cards is just triple what they expected it to be, regardless of the mining boom. It's quite simply the fact that they predicted less people buying graphics cards because of, you know, COVID, and less people having money to burn per se on a new graphics card, when in reality it turns out the fact that, well, those that can work from home and can still earn a sizable living have spare money to burn because they're not going on fancy holidays and stuff, and hence are willing to spend on luxury, more material items like graphics cards. Takes some work to get the Yeti to sound solid. Can be done though. It's just a very bad thing if you don't put the work in. Most studio. Well, I mean, I still use a Blue Snowball. My mic is even worse than the Yeti on paper, and hence why it doesn't sound great. Ha! Instantly sold a Shadowghast ring. Well, at least it was worth making those then. 45k. I'll take it. If we can sell a couple of the rank 4 Shadowghast rings, we're in for a win. Since it's usually pretty negative when TSM is mentioned on Shadowlands stuff, it doesn't make too much sense. Well, yeah, like I said, I like to have the freedom of being able to speak relatively openly about how I actually feel about them. Not that there would be probably anything in paper saying that I would have to speak highly of Trade School Master if I was in some sort of partnership with them. There's still sort of a, you know, some sort of moral obligation, you know. Ultimate Butt, thanks for the follow, appreciate it, welcome, welcome. There are also resellers who buy the cards for retail price and then sell them for 50% plus. People buy them because there are none left. Scalpers are a bit annoying, yeah, I gotta agree. But there's more sides to the coin than just purely blaming, than solely blaming the mining situation. There's more at play. One thing that Linus tried to point out in his video yesterday was that there is only 2 companies in the world that make the silicon for all of these chips. And they're running at capacity. They can't make more even if they want to. And the demand for the stuff has actually gone up, where all indicators pointed to it going down because of COVID, but it did the exact opposite, which is half the problem. About to post potions. Do I not undercut when selling these? It depends how fast things sell on your realm, and there's not necessarily always the reason to undercut. If you know that on a Wednesday evening on your realm, then float potions and flasks and stuff like that go up in price. That's because they're being bought quicker than people are crafting and listing them. So that's the situation where you don't technically always have to undercut. But of course, if you're using TSM, then if you're using TSM to list your auctions, it will within your thresholds, of course. Am I the only one online now? Am I not going to get any? Oh, okay, there's still somebody else online. So I still have to do a bit of cancelling. How often do you log into your auction character to tend to things? Well, at peak hours, I will micromanage it pretty heavily. But outside of that, outside of peak hours, by peak hours I mean like Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, Wednesday, just generally. Outside of those specific high traffic times, I'll log onto the auction house like a few times a day. My auctions are only posted for 12 hours, so I need to at least post my auctions twice a day to maintain them on the auction house. But of course I've got the advantage of that I stream 5 days a week, so for the most part, even if I'm not on, my auction house is on a separate account, so I can tab out to my main account and be doing something, and then just tab straight back to my auction account, which kind of means that my auction house character's always there, but I'm not always micromanaging it. For example, now I should just be doing something on my main, but I'm tending to focus more so on chatting to you guys. Whilst we make bank on legendaries. I was checking the mining profits for an old card like a 1080, and even those are profitable right now. It was like $2 a day. Probably. I mean, I don't really know my ass from my elbow when it comes to the mining situation, but all I know is that the old cards are still valuable, which is why even the old cards don't really, are not really about much at the moment. If your auction character's on another account, is there a way to use gold you earn in another account? Yeah, you just send it to your other character. You just mail it to your other dude. Have you thought about moving one of your crafting characters onto your auction house account to split crafting time? Yes, I absolutely have actually. This main character that we use for auctioning is a mage and is level 38. I need to put in a couple of hours to get this fellow up to 48 because I want my auction house character to also be my enchanter, so that whilst I'm doing this auction housey stuff, they can be crafting the enchanted Aletheum bars, they can be crafting the enchanted heavy callous hide, they can be, doing that stuff. Yes, actually splitting it across is high on my priority list. I just haven't quite done it yet. Once I get to 48, I can get this character into Shadowlands, and then they can learn the Shadowlands stuff. So, real bonus there. Is multi-boxing worth doing if you've earned less than $1 million so far? Shadowlands was my first expansion in 10 years. Having multiple accounts is probably worth it, yes. As simply for that luxury that I can be at the auction house, dealing with auctions and just tab to whatever it is I'm doing anywhere else, is super helpful. If you're talking about multi-boxing in terms of, a bunch of druids following each other picking up herbs, that's less effective nowadays than it was because you're not allowed to use third-party software anymore to control them. So each individual account has to be operated on individually. So a big factor of the multi-boxing is kind of been, removed. Mostly just auction house and crafting. Oh yeah, I mean, for that sort of stuff, 2 accounts is almost a necessity nowadays, really. And as long as you can make more than a token's worth of gold, you're net positive, why not, Best way to deal with the auction house throttling, considering that's the meta. Post less items, cancel scan less frequently, but considering it's the meta, for reference, in the peak of legendaries, I had multiple auction accounts running. I had one bank character for leatherworking, I had one bank character for the rest of legendaries. So you're splitting the posting across different accounts because the throttle is per account. So if you have 2 accounts, you in theory have double the limits. If you have 3 accounts, you have triple the limits, but that's real high in the sky. You've got to be making a serious amount of gold before that becomes worthwhile. The easy way around it is to craft enough so that you can do like 3 or 4 post scans before you need to do a cancel scan. It does mean that you end up flooding the auction house with your stock a little bit more, but as long as you flood it 3 or 4 times and then every 10-20 minutes cancel everything that's been undercut, so you do big cancel scans, but then between those big cancel scans, if say you're selling potions and you have 100 potions crafted, every time you press the post button you undercut with 20 potions, then you can have 5 posts before you run out and have to cancel scan. But then, of course, when you cancel scan, you're cancelling 100 listed items. So the throttle is so hindering. It's kind of the reason it's there. Lower quantities and more frequent posts. If you're in a really competitive market where cancel scanning is still the meta, then that's a way to do it. Doesn't work well for legendaries though. 3 posts would mean you'd have to cancel 150 to 200 items, so you'd have to wait 3 times in 5-minute intervals. Yeah, I mean, there's no perfect solution to it. The easy answer is just don't use the auction house as much, because the throttle's there for a reason. But if you want to find a loophole on how to do it, there are a couple of ways you can at least optimize it. But the ultimate way to get around to it is just to have more accounts. Just post for 48 hours and go hang out with the girlfriend, turn into 1 million gold solid. Hey, if you can post for 48 hours and come back to 1 million gold, then I would definitely agree with that, for sure. How much gold does a girlfriend go for nowadays? A lot more than a token. Let me tell you that. God, one more legendary sale. One more legendary sale. Let's get it above 300,000 gold in the hour. 12 minutes to get one more sale to push it above 300k. Just farm for your girlfriend. Farm, then it's free. Yeah, true. Just farming Tinder, just like... Don't upgrade to wife or you'll lose all your gold. Well, I'm screwed then. If you're full on drawn crafting, blacksmithing, tailoring and leatherworking, leather, not male, gold wins versus girlfriend. I need 3 more items to rank 4. They're currently sat at rank 3, and then I'm done. You can see it here. Where is it? Where's my restock 2.0? I'm almost done. If it's a green box, it means I can craft it. There's only rank 4 gauntlets, rank 4 greaves, and rank 4 bone shatter waistguard are the only things I can't craft legendary wise. And God's honest truth, I probably will never get them. But I'm close. I'm close. If I really wanted to, I could just, you know, just bite the bullet and just do it. But yeah. Oh, now look what happens. You see, I turn away for 1 minute and we sell 3 things. What did we sell? Another Shadowghast ring, rank 3. 45k profit. The rank 3s seem to sell really well. I've sold both my rank 3s like instantly. But the rank 4s aren't. We've not sold a rank 4. Odd. Okay. Rank 2 Shadowghast Greaves. Basically selling them for what it cost me to make them. Then rank 4 Shoulders. 11k crafting cost. Sold for 22. Happy with that. Happy with that. Bone Shatter Waste is the hardest one out of all the legendaries. Yeah, there's a couple of Bone Shatter stuff that's just way overpriced for in relation to what you'll sell. But I think I'm going to leave it there for this stream, boys and girls. Appreciate your viewership once again today. Before you all run away, I want to just remind you guys that the VODs for the live stream are now on a brand new channel. If you're watching this on YouTube, which 30 or so of you are, top link in the description is the link to the new VOD channel. All of the VODs will be posted up on there. There will be no VODs publicly available on the main channel. As always, remember to hit the like button if you've enjoyed it, subscribe if you're new around here, and of course I've got to do the whole Twitch thing nowadays. Remember to smash that follow button on Twitch before you leave as well. There is a small chance, if I can get this video put together nicely, edited, rendered, published, thumbnailed, all of that sort of good stuff, and have plenty enough time to eat some food and say hi to the wife, we may do an evening stream, because it looks like the auction house PvP is pretty strong today. We may do an evening stream. I forgot the bell. Oh, there's too many buttons to press. Don't worry about the bell, it's fine. If you ignore the bell, follow on Discord. That's the better way. That's a much better way. Double the sellouts. Yes, got to do all the sellouts. All the sellouts. I need like just a big clipboard or something to hold up on screen. Just, you know, go here, subscribe here, follow here, press this button, do all of the things. You guys know what you're doing. But anyway, we might be back later. If not, we'll be back tomorrow all the same. We'll likely be continuing the completing Outlands tomorrow. We'll head over to Zangarmarsh. We'll see what Zangarmarsh has got available to us, and we'll do our best to, you know, pester Blizzard to give me a beta key, because I want TBC beta. But anyway, have an enjoyable rest of your day, boys and girls, and I'll catch you later. Peace.